Welcome to this workshop on the work of Dumézil and in relationship to Jungian studies of the collective unconscious, which I, as many of you know, call structural psychoanalysis. And first of all, let me just say how much I appreciate your coming today, because I wondered if this thing would make so that we could do it, because this is shall we say, rather advanced work in Jungian theory formulation and attempting to carry Jung's work forward. And so I'm deeply indebted to each of you for taking your time this weekend to come out and think with me about these matters. The stuff we'll be covering is complicated, but as I said to Bob Geppert a while ago, it's an extremely rich thicket. But I hope that we can take a machete and carve our path through some of this stuff, so that you can see why I believe that it's important to have Jungians who are trying to develop Jungian thought look at the particular materials that we'll be looking at together, and think about the relevance of many, many studies that have already been done for Jungians who really take the collective unconscious seriously. So I'm really indebted to you, and I really appreciate your taking the time to think with me on this today and tomorrow. And I do want to emphasize that I want to call upon you to, after you kind of get oriented, to help me think about the wider implications of this material, and some of the questions that need to be, I want you to help me think about the questions that need to be asked after you get oriented to this. And I want you to be brainstorming overnight especially, and thinking about if Dumézil's work has any merit, then what implications does this have for the development of a scientific Jungian psychoanalysis? And then what implications does that have for personal psychology and the struggle for integration of the self? What implications does it have for social psychology, political psychology, and so on? I personally think the implications are enormous, and I'm very excited about this. Actually, because you've signed up to do this, I get to do what I really, would love to spend a lot more time doing. That is to really think on the cutting edge of my thought. A lot of people don't realize it, but professors and analysts in the daily course of their work don't really have very much time to focus on the cutting edge of their thought. And so you're giving me that chance to work with you around that this weekend, and I really appreciate it. Let me just say in introduction, welcome from the faculty of the Jung Institute and the community of Jungian analysts here in Chicago. And I want to speak a word of indebtedness to the larger community of Jungian thinkers. This workshop would not be happening if it were not for John Beebe, the editor of the San Francisco Institute Library Journal, and my friend Al Collins, who is a Jungian-oriented psychologist. I believe Al's still in Alaska. In an issue of the San Francisco Institute Library Journal not so very long ago, they called attention to the parallels between my work and Dumézil's work. And I have since had a chance to at least begin studies of that body of work, and to begin to think about the implications of that for Jungian thought. So I'm indebted to the San Francisco Jung Institute Library Journal for making it possible for me to be aware of this enormous body of research. So Let me just say a few words about my interest and passion in this topic, and then I'm going to let me just say what I hope for us to do today and tomorrow. This morning, I want to context the kinds of issues that have to be on the table if we are to get a sense for what our task is in reflecting on these things. And that is to talk about, in the first part, the central importance of the concept of the collective unconscious if one is to really carry forward Jung's project. Now that should be obvious, but these days it is not, because there are a lot of folks that are radically de-emphasizing the objective psyche and the collective unconscious, and I want to underscore how I think that's extremely damaging to Jungian psychology, and why it's important for us to really take serious research into what is the collective unconscious, the objective psyche. And then before lunch, I want to review some previous approaches to myth and psyche that have been influenced by a Jungian point of view, to give you a better context. We want to appreciate the work of Jung, Campbell, Eliade, and Jean Bolin. We want to appreciate them. It's very important in any attempt to interpret theories that you first appreciate their contribution. But before lunch, I want to say what some of the limitations in each of these approaches. And that will prepare us for looking at an introductory, what I'd like to call an intellectual reconnaissance of Dumézil's work. Because I can say to you today that this is not a finished product. We're only beginning looking at this from a Jungian point of view. And I want to invite you and those listening on the audio tapes of this workshop to begin working together in this rich field of inquiry. So anyway, after lunch we will look at an introduction to Dumézil's work, the so-called New Comparative Mythology. We'll look at those handouts, and I will suggest to you some ways in which this body of literature in some ways offers a substantial movement forward in studies of the structure of mythology. And then, as you will see this morning, if you're Jungian, if you start understanding the structure of mythology, then you feel that that is about the structure of the psyche. So before the end of the day, we will look at some of the key assumptions of Dumézil, and then we will look at some of the issues we want to raise, that I want to raise from the point of view of my own structural psychoanalysis. So we'll do that tomorrow, and then we'll move into the issue of the war of the functions, a primary concept of Dumézil and his followers. The war of the functions, the war of the foundations. Now those of you that know my work may think that came out of my work. Well, I came to an idea of the war of the functions before I knew anything about Dumézil's work. And it is absolutely astounding to me to find another scholar who has a primary concept grounded in the war of the functions. So in terms of our work together and what you may benefit from this for this weekend personally, not just intellectually, I would have a goal of your thinking deeply about the war of the functions that we'll be talking about, and how the war of the functions may be acting itself out on the stage of your life. And Dumézil believes that the war of the functions acts itself out throughout whole cultures, whole eras. And what I want to do with you is to bridge his understanding of the war of the functions to my understanding of the war of the functions, and then think together about what this idea of the war of the functions means to us personally, socially, politically, ethically, and so on. So if you get a deeper understanding of the war of the functions in Dumézil and in my work and how they interact, we will have had a worthwhile time together. Okay? So I just want to say that this is, if I had all the money I needed to pay my mortgage, and if I did not have such deep concern about a lot of things in our society, so that I did not have to work with the men's movement, or I did not have to work in education of spiritual leaders and so on, and I did not have to worry about some of these larger agendas of our planet, I'd spend a lot more time working on this stuff. So you can get a little feel for how much I cherish this time with you. Let's get started here. First thing that I'd just like to reflect on is framing this issue of the distinctiveness of a Jungian approach to psychoanalysis. And I've called these reflections, Jungian psychology as a structural psychoanalysis. I would have hoped that I would not have had to push that issue so much, push the concept of Jungian thought as a structural psychoanalysis. But since Jung's work, there have been a lot of developments in Jungian circles, which, in my view, really compromise the possibilities of building on Jung's original work. And some of you have heard me talk about the different views of the unconscious. I mean, on a lot of my lectures, I have laid out a variety of approaches to the unconscious in great detail. And I won't belabor that today, except to say that without understanding that all approaches to psychoanalysis are not the same, and theory matters. If we're going to get at the issues that we need to work together on this weekend, we need to look at this issue of the importance of keeping an understanding of the collective unconscious and the objective psyche at the center of Jungian studies. Now, why is that? Well, as I've lectured to some of you before ad nauseum on this topic, most psychologies have no understanding whatsoever of a collective unconscious. Many of them have no conception of an unconscious at all. Then when you get into the field of psychoanalysis, beginning with Freud, moving through Adlerian work, other variants of the Freudian tradition, there is an understanding of the unconscious or unconscious behavior, but it is an extremely shallow and personal unconscious focused endeavor. That is to say, in spite of the fact that Freud, in the early days, Freud had a deep interest in the collective unconscious, not discussed today among Freudians. A lot of his passion was in looking at the images and the structures in the imagination that were not personal, but which he believed were in some way inherited. That was in the early classical days of Freud's work. As the Freudian tradition has developed, Freudian work has turned more and more away from being a psychology of the id, or the instinctual level of the psyche, the so-called primitive level of psyche, to a psychology of the ego. Now, I think to study Freud without really looking at his studies of the id, what is the id like? The it that is not the ego, and that is not the personal unconscious, just the personal unconscious. What are these instinctual powers in the psyche that drive the human psyche. The most interesting things about Freud's work are his psychology of the id, not his psychology of the ego. And as they have moved away from the study of the id in Freudian circles, they have turned away from the very topics which are the most, in many ways, the most interesting topics scientifically, about those raw things in our unconscious that are there waiting for us to discover them, or are waiting to possess us. So in any case, Freud himself, we need to be clear, was very interested in these primordial energies and representations and images and themes in the psyche. If you read his work on Moses and monotheism, and realize how passionate he was about mythology and so forth as a source for psychoanalysis, you'll get a sense for that. But as I say, in recent years, and the kinds of Freudian thought that's influencing contemporary Jungians, and I think influencing them too much, are basically ego psychologies. And while you and I have to be concerned about how well our egos function, because that's relevant for the war of the functions, while we have to be concerned about how well our egos work, if you know the task of the ego is integration, but you don't know what it is that's having to be integrated, you're not being too effective. See? So the key issue here theoretically is that in the vast sweep of Freudian studies, they have moved away from Freud's early interest in the deeper and more impersonal dimensions of the unconscious, which we have to struggle with as humans. And that would not be so relevant today for us trying to do Jungian psychoanalysis, trying to carry Jung's tradition forward. That would not be so relevant if it weren't for the fact that so many contemporary analysts who still call themselves Jungian have been turning away a lot from Jung's work to what I, given that last workshop I did, what I consider to be idealizations of contemporary Freudian traditions. Idealizations of, and I value self-psychology out of Kohut's tradition, but an idealization of that tradition, an idealization of what we know today as object relations theory, an idealization particularly of Kleinian traditions out of England, and moving away from the roots of interest in the collective unconscious that Jung felt to be so important to his work. And so it's really a kind of a contemporary avoiding of the fundamental issues of research in the collective unconscious that is leading a lot of people to try to turn Jungian psychology either into an ego psychology, or if those who are following Hillman's tradition, doing away pretty much with the concept of structure in general. That is, if you follow James Hillman, and James Hillman, let me just say, James Hillman is a very brilliant man, very erudite, widely read, extremely knowledgeable. But when it comes to locating his work in psychoanalytic theory, in my view, he's really an Adlerian, not a Jungian, because Alfred Adler did not believe in the collective unconscious either. He believed that there were fictions in the psyche that were very real and influential and that you had to take seriously, but he didn't have them grounded in an archetypal self, and he did not have them grounded in any kind of deep structures. That's the key issue for us. You see, in my view, if you're really going to do Jungian work, in my view, by definition, you are looking for deep structures. And so that's why I have felt that I must start saying Jungian structural psychoanalysis, because today if you say Jungian, increasingly it doesn't mean anything theoretically. Were they really? Are they kind of concerned about this?
He was very much of object
yes. Right. Right. It's and let me just reiterate that I'm not saying that we should not study Kohut or recent Freudians or object relations theory, but the key issue for us is to get a sense about what this is all about. I mean, how, theory matters, and data does not interpret itself. You need to have, it's one thing to have the Hubble telescope and be scanning all these specks of light, but if you do not have theories which try to help you interpret that data, you've got some interesting points of light and some interesting behavior of infrared and so on, but it does not really interpret itself. And what I'm concerned about is that people who think it's not important to keep a center in a search for deep structures and their implications for the personality and social functioning, if you do not keep that clear, then suddenly you think, for example, what makes you a Jungian is interpreting dreams. But interpreting dreams doesn't make you Jungian at all. A lot of people interpret dreams. Or studying myths. Studying myths doesn't make you Jungian. A lot of people study myths. Being interested in spiritual issues, that doesn't make you Jungian. Because a lot of people that are not Jungian and do not share Jungian concepts do that. The idea of dreams having parts of the psyche in them and integrating them, that doesn't make you Jungian. Gestaltists do that. So all I'm suggesting to you is, if you're really going to get a handle on what I think is important in terms of carrying, if we're going to have a Jungian psychoanalysis and try to carry this tradition forward scientifically, as a scientific psychoanalysis and not just another form of literary criticism or sort of a cult like Noel accuses Jungian psychology of being. There are Jungian cultists who turned the collected works into the Black Bible and who turned it into a religion. And people are free to do what they want to do, and I protect people's rights to do that in my work on religious persecution. But that's not what I think is carrying Jungian psychoanalysis forward. Do you get a sense for what I'm trying to say here? Yes, Bill.
Well, if I could just make an observation.
Yeah.
Historically, Freud was doing most of his work, or a lot of his early work, in the late 1800s. Jung a little bit behind him as
Right.
a younger man.
Right.
And both, as you said, were very concerned with primordial images and aspects of instinct. Have to remember that Darwin only published Origin of Species in 1859, and The Descent of Man was not published until about, I think, 1880. 20 years later, he finally got the courage. An earlier approach to evolution and instincts had been published by a Frenchman, Lamarck. And Lamarckian evolutionary theory was generally accepted view that both Freud and Jung embraced.
Mm-hmm.
And in particular, and this is why I think Freudians tend to avoid this now, because it's very embarrassing, because Lamarck and Lamarckian theories have been completely disproved.
Right.
And
Freud's appropriation of that, is embarrassing.
Freud took that on, particularly in terms of, Lamarck felt that if I believed something or acquired a characteristic, I would pass that on to my children. I.e., Freud then used that in terms of the killing of Moses, his theory of the Jewish people killing Moses, that guilt was then acquired and passed on down.
You read Totem and Taboo, and Totem and Taboo picks up on that. That's right.
And so that's why people have then begun to back off from that, because it was based on a scientific theory that has been since proven false.
Yeah. Now that's an interesting. See, if everybody in science did that, in terms of forgetting the important questions when you were wrong about your conclusions, we wouldn't have the science we have today. See, but now that is what happened.
And Jung didn't quite, although Jung was somewhat of a Lamarckian, he wasn't quite so wedded to that.
Right.
Now, to me, in terms of, I think you're right, in terms of the acid test, Jungian or not, it's the archetypes and deep structure.
Deep structures.
To me, the most compelling evidence for the Jungian approach that I've ever seen is the work of John Bowlby. If you read his 3-volume work, Attachment, Separation, and Loss, John Bowlby is an English psychiatrist. And what I would call archetypes, what he calls behavioral systems,
Yes.
that he describes in human children coming out of primates. To me, the book screams Jung throughout.
Yes.
And so I believe that you're absolutely correct in that it's the deep structural archetypes. And two, I believe that there's emerging very much scientific evidence that will continue to support this, and that Jung will recover some lost ground in the next 10 years.
Bill is, for the tape, Bill is lifting up the work of John Bowlby and his work on behavioral systems as really relevant for the quest to map deep structures that we're talking about. It's absolutely true, and I want to recommend that people that have not already done so look at Anthony Stevens's work. Anthony Stevens has been very interested in that particular tradition, and if you look at Stevens' work, all of Stevens' work is relevant for this work. In fact, in some ways, the project of Anthony Stevens is closest to my project in terms of his attempt to bridge scientific research and Jung and classical Jungian theory, and really try to update, have a neo-Jungian theory instead of a post-Jungian theory. So-called post-Jungians throw out the concept of the deep structures. But in any case, thank you for that, Bill, and that is very true. And so Stevens' book, Archetypes of Natural History of the Self, his little introduction called On Jung, his book, The Roots of War. The second one is On Jung. Then his book, The Roots of War, and especially this book, The 2 Million Year Old Self, which has not gotten wide circulation, but it came out of a series of lectures he did down at A&M at the Jungian Studies program down there. But in any case, that supports what Bill has said. I mean, he has done enormous scanning for the scientific studies of different disciplines which support the whole idea of these deep structures. And he's just got his telescope looking in a different direction than we do today. I mean, I think that it's important to carry Jungian psychoanalysis forward to pursue the kind of things that Stevens is pursuing and supplement it with the kind of thing we're doing today. So in any case, theory matters. If you do not raise the question, what kind of animal are we? What kind of species are we? And, you know, it's very hard for human beings we're so grandiose. I mean, it is extremely hard for human beings to think that they have inherited a psyche, not through Lamarckian kinds of processes, but through evolutionary, what we call today evolutionary psychology. It's very hard for us because we want to think we're not animals. And in my personal view, the reason we're despoiling the environment so fast is because deep down in our grandiosity, we really do not believe we're animals. We think we're above all that. And therefore, we don't need a habitat. We don't need a habitat for humanity because we're not animals. Now, I think this incredible grandiosity is leading us toward the abyss. And so what is the antidote to that? Well, we have to face the fact that we are a species. Now, theologically and spiritually speaking, you know, there are a lot of open windows on that. I mean, you can think beyond your neurobiology, or you can think about the theological and spiritual significance of your neurobiology, and you can think about the ongoing evolution that I hope we're going to be participating in now. I hope that we are. I have a friend in NASA who is one of the chief, Kenneth Cox, who is one of the chief theoreticians about the cultural impact of space exploration, the spiritual and cultural implications. And he believes that actually space exploration is really a part of this human evolutionary process about trying to get a perspective on ourselves. And I agree with him about that. But we're having a hard time getting beyond this grandiosity. And one of the key reasons is we do not want to do what we do to other species. We don't want, we're perfectly willing to study the characteristic behavior patterns of birds, characteristic behavior patterns of other species. But when it comes to, we're sort of like Christians in the 19th century, It's all right for us to study all those primitives, quote unquote, but we don't want to apply these same methods to studying Christianity. And we are sort of like that today. We don't want to really examine the inherited 2 million-year-old patterns in the psyche, which are these deep structures that Jung was interested in and that Stevens has talked about, and that I'm trying to lead us in working on some today. So in any case, that is very key, because if you do not keep that at the center of Jungian thought, then Jungian psychology is reduced, like so many others, to ego psychology and to personal unconscious and to your personal history. And then you believe that the problems that we're having and that you're having are simply because of traumas in your family, or simply because of something that happened to you. Perhaps you would not have the problems of the War of the Functions if your mother had not been the way she was, or the father hadn't been the way he was. You wouldn't have a problem with aggression, or you wouldn't have a problem with sexuality, or you wouldn't have a problem of meaning and so forth if you had not had these traumas that occurred. And that's what ego psychology do. You begin to reduce everything to personal history and personal unconscious. Well, now let me be very clear here. I know all that's important. Before I was a Jungian analyst, I was an Adlerian analyst. I know that early experiences are important. And my first book was a Freudian book. I know that personal identity formation stuff is important. But if we're going to understand the incredible challenge of integration, this issue of integrating the self, it's very important to know what the pieces of the puzzle are if you're going to put a puzzle together. So anyway, that's my wrap on that. And you may feel that I'm overemphasizing it, but I don't think I am, because I think this is it. The question of whether 50 years from now there will be a Jungian psychoanalysis or not in the year 2040, whatever, turns on this, because there is, if everything gets collapsed into ego psychology, we don't add anything to what other people are doing. So anyway, so that is the larger context. Now let me just open it for some concepts, for some issues, questions, discussions, and then we'll take a very brief break, and I'll come back and I will show how the Jungian tradition has struggled to take advantage of studies of mythology before. Then we'll be set up for really bringing in the Dumézilian perspective, and we'll draw on our folks that have studied this before to help us flesh some of that out. But anyway, let me just open it up now. Do you see what I'm getting at here? Do you get it? It's very important, because if you don't get that issue of the importance of mapping the inner cosmos that exists before your personal ego, then it's hard to understand why studying Dumézil is important. So any comments or questions? Yes, Sammy.
What has to be integrated? Is the deep structure and ego psych?
You see, ego psychologies and self psychology of various types focus on the importance of integration, regulation, the capacity to be able to become aware and conscious of the variety of things which buffet us about in our psychological and relational lives. Now that is important. That is key. I consider myself a self-psychologist, a Neo-Jungian self-psychologist. But, think about this in the context of other sciences. Can you imagine doing brain surgery without having some sense of the way in which brain structures relate to each other and relate to functioning, and a sense of what healthy structural functioning in the brain is compared to unhealthy or pathological functioning? Or can you imagine what it would be like to try to do chemistry without having some sense of what different elements are that are present in reactions, chemical reactions? Or in geology, we have a geologist here. Can you imagine trying to be a geologist without knowing the distinctive properties of different geological forms, different minerals, and so on? In psychology, particularly in dynamic psychology, I mean, we're real impressed with ourselves in this field, but we don't really, do very much to work scientifically at understanding what the things are that the ego has to integrate. The early Freudians, I mean, really did a lot with conflict theory, which I think was thrown out prematurely. I think that they were looking at something real there, but they wanted to stay away from other sciences. So when you ask that question, it's like the issue is, well, what are the elements for forming selfhood, for forming a healthy ego, that are not random and that are not simply personal to you? In other words, if you think that you're so screwed up simply out of your own creativity, that's kind of grandiose. I mean, I find a lot of folks that really think that they are responsible for how hard it is to live. In fact, that's one of the things I work on a lot in my analytical work with people, trying to get them to realize, no. You're not struggling because you're so defective. You're struggling because this is extremely hard to do what we're trying to do. You are trying to balance things which are incredibly difficult to balance for anybody, no matter how good their childhood was. And I say to people, well, if it was really as easy to balance all these forces that we humans have to try to balance, this world would not be in such a mess everywhere you look. So it's a matter of trying to get a sense, what are these forces really, and what do we know about them scientifically, not just from dream interpretation? I want us to realize that dream interpretation, for example, I'm not giving a paper at this dream conference, but if I had been giving a paper, I would be talking about deep structures in dream interpretation, because that is not talked about much. I would have been talking about, how do you know in a dream, how do you know when that dream is telling you how the war of functions is going on in your psyche? How do you know when you are, for example, being overrun by aggression? Because if you come to dream interpretation and you don't have a theory that tells you what the elements are that are trying to be balanced, and you just look at the dream, it's always good to look at dreams. But what I am suggesting is that if you're going to get more scientific about dream interpretation, you need to be able to connect the imagination to the plumbing. And this is my criticism of those that follow Hillman and all the so-called archetypal psychologists. They have got people believing that it's intellectually legitimate to have a theory of the imagination that does not connect it to any plumbing. And quite frankly, that is intellectually bogus, and it's really kind of intellectual trickery, because if you're going to have a theory of the imagination, it has to be connected to the human animal and its functioning biologically, psychologically, so on. So another time I'll give that.
You should necessarily integrate everything that comes into your dreams. There are some things in your dreams you should just sort of push out of consciousness.
Well, she's asking, let me repeat this for the tape. She's asking, does this mean that if there's an archetypal image that comes up in a dream that you need to be aware that maybe everything shouldn't be integrated like a Gestalt therapist might think? I believe that. I believe that what you say is true in general. But it goes a little further than that in terms of dream interpretation. That is to say, it's very important for you, in my view, for you to get a sense for what is represented by that archetypal image. What issue is represented by that archetypal image? What dynamic issue related to the integration of yourself is represented by the archetypal image. And so all I'm saying is that actually, if you have got a dream series that you've been working on, it is possible for you to reflect on the dream series and look at what archetypal themes and archetypal images come up, and to get a much clearer sense about what is structurally wrong in your ego and in your self function. That is, it should be related to your treatment plan. That is to say, if a dream is diagnostic, in my view, it also has to be structurally diagnostic. That is to say, it should give you insight into where your psyche fails, where it breaks, where it splits. Each one of us in this room, there's not a single person in this room that does not split and fragment. All of us do. The interesting thing is that we have different fault lines in our psyche. Some of us have more trouble with this archetypal energy than with others. And so that's simply what I'm trying to get at in terms of dream interpretation, that dream interpretation needs to be related to some theory of the plumbing of the psyche, which is capable of being understood and tested as a theory. And this is not widely accepted. And so we get into some romanticism of dreams, that dreams somehow interpret themselves without a theory. Well, they certainly present issues, but I hope that we can get to the point where we're more able to relate our ongoing dream life to our ongoing integration issues, in a clear way. Other questions or comments before we take a break? Yes, go ahead.
Well, it seems to me that one part of society that is maybe not even aware that they're doing it, but I think Madison Avenue and movie makers are dealing with deep structures, and maybe not always, it's not a conscious strategy, but I think they do deal with those.
Yeah, Steve's comment is that Madison Avenue and Hollywood are doing a lot of things with deep structures. And then he raised the question of whether or not they're probably conscious of this. I think they are conscious of it. Madison Avenue and Hollywood have a lot of money, and they can hire very outstanding scholars in these fields. And if you think that DreamWorks has not got a bunch of scholars on the payroll helping them understand archetypes and mythic structures so that they can be used in filmmaking, you got another thing coming. So I think you're right. And increasingly, media people are incredibly sophisticated in utilizing these images in manipulating publics. This is one of the things politically and ethically we have to be so concerned about. What happens when the media and the elites have more sophisticated understanding of archetypes and archetypal structures than the public? You get yourself into a situation then in which the concept of political democracy begins to be very iffy. Look at Noam Chomsky's film, The Manufacture of Consent, which is about the media and this kind of issue. So that's a very sophisticated question, and it's relevant for what we're talking about today. Tomorrow, I'll comment further on that about what happens when folks do not take the responsibility for leading toward the integration of the functions socially and politically. Right now, for example, what's happening in our country is that we have a prison industry. Remind me to announce about this prison conference at the Chicago Theological Seminary and the Institute for World Spirituality. But there are a lot of people making money off of our failures to help young people integrate their functions. And if there's more money in building prisons than there is in helping tutor young people and help to mentor them so they can integrate their functions, that we're big talking about, then they're going to build more prisons and not put any money into mentoring programs. So that's a little example of what's going on now. So it is politically relevant. Any other comment before we take a break? So here's the deal. If you're going, in my view, if you're going to carry this scientific psychoanalysis, and I mean that up front, different sciences use different research techniques and different methods, but a science that is worthy of being called a science does develop theory. And it develops a theory that can be tested against evidence. And in psychoanalysis today, and I don't mean just Jungian psychoanalysis, I mean in terms of a number of the other traditions, they are increasing the distance. For example, even in psychoanalytic self-psychology out of Kohut's tradition, they are de-emphasizing the importance of relating their findings to other scientific findings. Yeah, even in the Kohut school, which I deeply appreciate as a contribution to understanding empathy and the struggle of the self for integration, they are making what I believe to be a tremendously misguided move toward trying to say they are not doing science and therefore they don't need to be, they do not need to be relating this to other scientific psychological evidence. They say that's not really psychoanalysis if you're dealing with empirical evidence. It's only introspection that's psychoanalysis. And I think that is a cul-de-sac that will destroy psychoanalysis as a science if we follow that route. So the challenge is to use our special research. You know, we've got to work on an inner Hubble telescope. And that's really what I think the mapping of inner space, we've got to turn up the Hubble inside to map this inner space. And dream work and a lot of other inner work is a research tool, but it cannot be disconnected from other sources of information, or you destroy you turn Jungian psychology into a cult, as Noel said, when you do that. If you cut it off from, or you turn Kohut psychology into a cult. Jung wasn't the first psychoanalytic cult. Freud's was the first psychoanalytic cult. And these tendencies to turn inward and not relate to other sources of data is a typical cultic phenomenon, and we don't want to go that way. So anyway, let's take our break now, come back in about 10 minutes, and we'll survey some of these other uses of myth. And then this afternoon, we'll turn to what I believe is possibilities of our using some of these sources in a much more detailed, effective manner. So let's take about 10 minutes. Let me just survey these previous approaches, Jungian approaches to myth and psyche. We start with Jung, and it's very important to in the light of what we talked about earlier, to get a sense about why Jung thought it important to look at mythic images, because he was not an antiquarian, and it's very when you get into this the studies of comparative mythology and the different theories that are present in the academy today and so forth, you got to really tune up your sensitivity to theoretical assumptions that they bring to the myths, because that tends to be the tail that wags the dog. For example, Wendy Doniger, when she translated this big dictionary of mythology from the French, since she did not want to emphasize common patterns in mythology across cultures, since she did not want to emphasize that, she totally changed the organization of this French scholar's book when she translated it. And she organized it totally differently to de-emphasize the common mythic patterns cross-culturally, because in the universities today, it's not politically correct to emphasize common patterns cross-culturally. The emphasis today is the difference in standpoints, not the things that are held in common. And so with Jung, I mean, the reason you look at mythology or folklore or religious traditions or anything that are products, anything that's a product of the mythic imagination, Jung is a scientist when he does this. He's looking at this and he's asking himself this question. He says, okay, a mythic image is the face and instinct turns to the world. And so when Jung is coming to a mythic image, of course he was a scholarly person and an intellectual, and he was very interested in all sorts of things. But when he was doing his work as a psychoanalytic scientist, he wasn't just interested in these nice little folk tales and so on, just in themselves. He was asking what kind of instinctual pattern this image is this image connected to. So in other words, you look at the mythic image and you ask yourself, now, how does this reflect the plumbing of the psyche? And how does this image relate to that image? And how does the study of this image illuminate what is in the collective unconscious? And so when Jung would study alchemy, he wasn't simply a museum curator interested in all those fascinating alchemical texts. Certainly he liked to collect them. But he was looking at those alchemical images and those alchemical pictures for clues, as Edward Edinger, another man I admire a lot for his serious studies of the objective psyche, clues into the anatomy of the psyche. That's the key phrase. When Jung was looking at a mythic image, he wanted to know, what does this tell us about the anatomy of the psyche? So for Jung, a medical person who was very familiar with human physical anatomy, he felt that there was a psychological anatomy, and that psychological anatomy was reflected in mythic images. So you can see now look, and we'll get to this afternoon in spades, because if you come to Dumézil's work today, the research that he and his followers have done around the world, and you come with, say, Wendy Doniger's point of view, or with a lot of the other scholars who don't think there's anything in the psyche that's a deep structure, the deep structural patterns. And your axe you want to grind is you want to prove how unique this society is compared to any other. That when they say this about this God, it has nothing to do with what anybody says about any other God. This is culturally unique, situationally, contextually unique. If you bring that axe to grind to a mythic image, then it's going to have an impact on what you learn. I think you can see. However, if you are Jung, and if Jung had access to this vast body of comparative literature, he would not be asking, antiquarian things. He would be saying, now, what do the patterns that we see here tell us about the instinctual patterns in the unconscious? So that's the fundamental lead. Now, Jung himself was very interested, as you know, in Christianity. He was interested in the Bible. He was interested in Oriental religions. He was interested in Native American religions. And so by virtue of that, he was very interested in mythic structures from all those different traditions, and he studied them as best he could given the scholarship of his day. But we need to be aware that if you study Swiss Christianity, even in Jung's day, it's a long way from the foundations of the Western mythical traditions to Swiss Christianity in 1900. That is to say, the kind of research that we'll look at this afternoon is uncanny in the specificity of what different gods represent, and across a number of different traditions. But anyway, okay, so of course everyone is familiar with the way in which Joseph Campbell sought to relate studies of Jungian psychology to mythic tradition. And I have a number of times before referred to this tradition in mythological studies, which goes from the German anthropologist Adolf Bastian, Bastien, and which can be traced to Jung, and then Joseph Campbell, and I also believe Eliade. And the assumption, different from most scholars today, most so-called post-structuralist or postmodernist scholars today, in a way that's radically opposed to the current intellectual fads. All of these people in this tradition assume that there is a human psyche, and it gives rise to a mythic imagination, and that there are recurrent patterns in that mythic imagination that are not peripheral to human being, but that are constitutive of human being. That is to say, for Campbell, now let's look at Campbell. You say Joseph Campbell, although his work ranged extremely widely, if you haven't seen his 4-volume Masks of the Gods, you should look at that. But you think hero, the mythology of the hero. And the book Hero with 1,000 Faces is a magnificent piece of work. And it focuses, on this fundamental journey, or what I call pilgrimage mythology in human tradition. And in that book, Campbell draws upon a wide range of mythical traditions, in effect, from a Jungian point of view, showing how mythology reflects the struggle for individuation, the struggle to emerge from unconsciousness, to gain awareness and illumination, and then to have the courage to return to the world with your illumination. I mean, that hero cycle, that's wonderful charts in there. I've reproduced some of them in some of my books. But in any case, so what do you see there? Well, Campbell is standing in Jung's tradition, much wider knowledge of comparative mythology than Jung had. And he is pressing the same case, though. He's saying, look, the things that make you human are reflected in human mythology, and the struggle which you as an individual go through is reflected right there in mythological traditions if you have eyes to see. And this is really about your struggle to emerge from unconsciousness and to gain insight, and then to not just isolate, which is the temptation for intellectuals and scholars. That is, if you really get good at analysis, intellectual analysis, you begin to see how bad things are. You begin to see how complicated they are. And it's very easy just to say, oh, this is too much trouble. I'm just going to go write another book. I'm just going to go write another article about a more and more narrow topic, less and less likely to get me attacked. So Campbell stands very squarely in some of these fundamental assumptions. He does not elaborate. He doesn't have the sense, the deep sense of the plumbing that Jung did, of course, because he was not a psychoanalyst. And scholars have been right to point out that Campbell had his own particular assumptions about mythology. And, for example, the way in which he privileges Eastern mythologies over Western mythologies. For example, you don't find a lot in Campbell of in-depth studies of the kind of material we'll talk about this afternoon. He did not, he really did not like these traditions that had too many war chariots, So, as I like to say, Campbell's a lover magician type guy, and that's the kind of mythology he liked, lover magician mythology. But Campbell was Jungian enough in his assumptions to get himself viciously attacked in the academic world. And it has not been so long since Wendy Doniger, in very, very widespread public pronouncements, declared Campbell really insignificant and really sort of an embarrassment to mythological studies and so on. In my view, largely because of her preconceptions about the nature of the psyche. There is no collective unconscious, so to speak. And that Campbell was reading in similarities and parallels in mythology that really were not there, and making too much light of historical individual differences. So in any case, Campbell now has been pilloried in the academic world, and nobody, no graduate student in their right mind today in mainline universities would dare suggest doing any kind of advanced work on Campbell unless it was to destroy him intellectually. It's the same thing that the same attitude that exists toward Jung and toward Eliade now. Even Eliade now has come under the scathing, dismissive kinds of attacks. And I recently sat in a meeting at the American Academy of Religion in which all the bright young fellows were competing with how much they could insult Eliade. It's Eliade's turn, you know. But it is I think particularly Campbell's agreement with Jung on the importance of comparative studies of mythology for understanding the dynamics of the human, the common human, meaning that which we share in common, that has been largely responsible for how little he's respected now in the academic world. Eliade was a harder target. In the early days, Eliade was acquaintance of Jung and was present at some of the Eros conferences, which were some of those leading Jungian consultations about the relevance of mythology and spirituality for understanding the human life. And before he came to America, Eliade did not know how dangerous it would be to be affiliated with Jung. And so he used the word archetype in his work. When he got to the University of Chicago and discovered how out of favor Jung was in the United States and especially at the University of Chicago, he quickly said, "Oh, I'm not using this like Jung." And then when he published his book, Patterns in Comparative Religion, he said, "No, what I'm talking about are structures in comparative religion, patterns in comparative religion, structures in comparative religion, not archetypes like Jung uses them." And that did buy him some time. He was able to maintain a positive reputation in scholarship and studying comparatively all these different mythical traditions. And I invite you to take a look at the sweep of Eliade's enormous corpus of work, which I like to say to Jungians, analysts in training and so on, study Eliade, you know, if you're going to try to get a sense of comparative patterns in the archetypal realm. Don't waste your time with a lot of recent Jungian stuff. Study Eliade. Eliade, and there are a number of my lecture series that are available that I've given here on the relationship of Eliade's work to psychology of the self, and the way in which the mythology that Eliade has discussed illuminates a lot of the processes of self-formation. The lectures I gave on creation mythology and the self, and the series on myth and psyche and so on. If you follow Eliade's view, it's a different slant than Campbell. Eliade is much more interested in showing the way in which myth is about the process through which humans relate to the numinous, another chief preoccupation of Jung. You know, Jung believed that healing comes through relating to the numinous, to that which is primordially powerful and beyond the control of ego. That all true healing really comes from an encounter with the numinous. And as you know, Jung believed that the presence of the numinous was not just in the Bible or in the church or in the relics or in the saints of whatever tradition, but that the presence of the sacred, of the numinous, was in the depths of the psyche. And so Eliade, without emphasizing anything about the plumbing, he totally tried to avoid that. He did however, see himself as discussing the patterns in what he called the transconscious, and showing the way in which humans have related to the transformative and redemptive energies of the numinous throughout history in all the different tribes. And the whole discussion that he has about the journey to the center. In fact, if I were to talk about Eliade, the key to Eliade's work, it would be I have a very, very unfinished manuscript called Journey to the Center, in which I talk about Eliade and Tillich and so on, thinking about the pilgrimage to the center to get contact with transformative energies. Well, it's quite, if you study Eliade and you look at the struggle of the psyche to connect with life-giving energies, if you think about your struggle to connect with life-giving energies, particularly as some of you know, some of you who are getting older, like me, after you get 40, you begin to understand that Eliade stuff better, because you begin to be more aware of the mortality, and as Paul Tillich to stay with Sammy here on her Tillich studies, talks about the struggle of being against non-being. And so to put it up front, it's like Eliade felt that mythology was not peripheral to human life, or that mythology was simply very fragmentary and atomic with regard to human beings. He believed that at the heart of all mythology was a commentary, a very, very subtle, very, very diverse commentary about the human struggle to journey to the center with a capital C, to find energy for living, and to try to use that energy to counteract the tendencies toward despair about the terror of history. Now, anybody who just talks about Jungian psychology or Jungian psychoanalysis may not get it about how psychological that is. But if you sit, as I do, with people every day who are struggling to maintain the forces of life against the forces of death in their lives, then the relevance of Eliade's interpretation of mythology for human life and human psychology is painfully obvious, and that's what I have lectured on here before. So in other words, like Campbell, Eliade felt that mythology was not just some little add-on, some little political, sociological derivative for human beings and human psyche. That mythology showed the depths of the struggle for life against death and life against despair, and showed the way in which ritual processes, such as initiation processes and coronation processes and alchemical processes, and even metallurgy, for our geologists here, metallurgy shows how the foundations of metallurgy, the study of metals for human beings, have been not merely technical like they tend to be today among so many scientists, but how they were seen as spiritual sciences, and how when you were working with gold, or you're working with bronze, or you're working with silver, that you could see how much this reflected your struggle as a human being for transformation, illumination, transfiguration, and so on. So anyway, I mean, I go on forever on that. It's such wonderful, rich material, and it's very difficult for me to contain my, as we'll say this afternoon, my second function, which is aggression. It's very difficult for me to contain my aggression when I sit and hear a bunch of wet behind the ears, two-bit scholars dismiss this giant with such cavalier arrogance. So enough of that. Jean Bolin. Jean Bolin, I'm indebted to for her early studies, the Goddesses in Every Woman and the Gods in Every Man books. Books which, though they're popular books, I think they're important books And if Jean never did anything else other than publish those 2 books, she would have made a significant contribution to us. And I say that because what she did in those books was to try to take studies of mythology, mythical tradition, in her case, almost exclusively Greek, and try to get more specific about the usefulness of mythological traditions, and I'll put it in my language, in differential diagnosis. That is, to pay attention to particular mythological forms in relationship to deities, and to ask the question, what psychological energy specifically is imaged by this goddess or by this god? And how does this relate to my struggle as a woman or my struggle as a man? For example, if I study Aphrodite, can I come to understand some of my struggles as a woman or as a man with his anima, certain aspects of his anima, about a certain way of being in the world which elevates erotic preoccupations to the center of life? I know you all know there are some individuals in our culture who have a problem with their erotic life and keeping it in perspective. I won't name any names, but Bill Clinton comes to mind. Jean Bolin enabled us to reflect upon the way in which Aphrodite functions in the anima of Bill Clinton. And as we'll see this afternoon, this is not something that Jean thought of first. I mean, this is not something she has created. As we'll see this afternoon, people for a long time have reflected on what happens if Aphrodite gets inordinate power in a social situation. We'll come back to that in terms of some of Scott Lilton's research on that. But in any case, Jean really took us to a new level in the clinical usefulness of reflection on specific gods or goddesses in specific traditions. Now, her work was not comprehensive. She did not do what we're going to look at this afternoon. She did not ask how Aphrodite is related to other gods in other traditions. But she did take us to a new level in clinical usefulness of mythological reflection in terms of specificity, in terms of diagnosing particular strengths and particular weaknesses. For example, her studies of the goddess Hestia, a goddess characterized by a lot of introversion, a lot of calm centeredness around the hearth in a home. Through her studies of Hestia, she has enabled us, I believe, if we would listen to her better, to depathologize a lot of behaviors that are present in a lot of women. That is to say, you can say, well, so-and-so is a dependent personality disorder, passive dependent, and you can be focusing on all the stuff that this person cannot do, which is typical of us clinicians. We tend to like that if it moves, we pathologize it, right? But if you look at Jean Bolin's work, she looks at this goddess Hestia and she asks the question, what is this? What is this energy? What is this potential? What is this capacity represented, psychic capacity represented by this goddess? And she lifts up that wonderful calmness, that wonderful ease at being alone, being there in her own presence. That is such an incredibly non-busy, non-type A, such a serenity that so few of us, males or females, today can attain. So Jean Boland's work, for example, her work on males, I found it extremely helpful to me in my research to reflect on her reflections about the god Ares as it manifests in males. Because in the course of my practice, I had before reading her work, I had met a lot of Aries males, but I did not have the contribution that she had made to helping me realize, see this as a configuration grounded in archetypal energies. And an Aries male is one that full of passionate, hot red energy, can't decide whether to have sex with you or to fight you or in what order. Passionate man in a hurry, not discouraged about many things, impatient with intellectuals, impatient with reflection. If I have an Aries male in my practice, it would be a miracle if I could get him to read a book. Right? The whole idea of buying a book or having a bookcase for an Aries male is sort of an insult to him. Says, what is this? Ooh. So Boland took this whole enterprise of reflecting on mythic images to another place, a lot clearer than a lot of other people's work. And in some ways, it's very unfortunate that has not been continued in a more systematic way and has not been broadened as much as it needs to be to the study of other traditions in a similar way. So these folks have all emphasized the importance of mythology and mythological images in understanding psychodynamics. What did they not do so well? Even Jung. In my view, while Jung pressed for the understanding of deep structures and patterns, for example, when Tony Wolff wanted to highlight the role of different structural forms in the psyche as opposed to typology as a key issue, they had a sort of a dividing of the ways. I think that Jung, that Tony Wolff was doing work that led in the direction of where I think we need to go today. In fact, I claim her as a mother in the tradition for me. Her work on the structural forms of the feminine directly parallels the things that I later developed. So Jung did not put a lot of emphasis on getting very clear about the specific structural forms and how they relate to each other structurally, geometrically. It's not that he did not intuit this, because if you look at the diagrams of the structure of the archetypal self in Ion, he had an intuition, and for our geologist, he had an intuition that the archetypal self was an octahedron. He intuited that, and he saw diagrams of this from a variety of traditions. And other folks have tried to work on that geometric dimension. And for a lot of folks who want to mystify the psyche rather than understand it, the idea that the archetypal self is an octahedron to them feels simplistic and Philistine. It's somehow too, as one person once said about me, more knows too much about the self. Which is really fascinating to me if we're doing science. It would be like saying such and such Shoemaker Levy knew too much about comets. That's an odd thing to say if you're doing science. If you're doing religion or a cult, to say somebody knows too much about the mysteries makes sense. because your authority depends on mystification, not clarification. So Jung had a sense about even the geometric dimensions of psyche. He had studied Pythagoras, and a lot of these ancient thinkers in the mythology of the psyche from Pythagoras on had a sense about the structural, the geometric, the relationship between mathematics and psyche. And Jung intuited that, but he did not pursue it. And when Tony Wolff tried, he got very disturbed. Campbell, again, Campbell has got an axe to grind with regard to pilgrimage, journey. And he lifts up that archetype I call the archetype of pilgrimage, or the archetype of initiation. When I discuss what Campbell emphasizes in my work, I call it the archetype of initiation. That's what Campbell is interested in. He is right about that. The archetype of initiation is a key fundamental structure in our psyche. And the only thing that I would say is that is a structure. It is there cross-culturally. He's right about that, but it's like he needs to find other chords to play on the guitar. It's like the archetype of initiation is not the only archetype in the psyche. Eliade, here again the same issue. Eliade was interested in the archetype of initiation and transformation, and more than Campbell, he put emphasis on the numinous. Campbell didn't put so much emphasis on the numinous. That primordial other that manifests to you on the mountaintop or in the burning bush. Campbell was more in that tradition with Rumi and others who have this sort of erotic mysticism in which I and God are really one. And so these union mysticisms of erotic union, in which you don't really emphasize the manifestation of the divine here that I come to. When you're in an erotic union mysticism, I am the divine. And it's my bliss that's the bliss of all the dancing gods and goddesses in the world. And come join me, I am Shiva in the dance. And if you don't get it, come spend some time with me. That's that erotic mysticism. And that's a particular location in the psyche and in myth. And it is an important one, but it's not the whole thing. So Eliade really put emphasis on the journey to the center out there, and the manifestation of the numinous and the place where you can hook up for the transformative energy. So they were working the same territory. They were just putting emphasis on a different aspect. Eliade was more aware of the navel of the world, the archetype of the navel of the world, the archetype of the center. We haven't done enough writing yet about the archetype of the center in psychology. That's what I was trying to do in those lectures on creation mythology and the self, the formation of the self. And then Bolin, she moved things to a new place. She still did not think structurally. It's like she did not spend enough time thinking, well, why is it that Aries men and Aphrodite women tend to pair up so much? What are the structural underpinnings of that? Because in these traditional mythologies, the polarity issue is key everywhere. Everybody's aware of polarity in these traditional mythologies. And so if I were to have said that where Jean needed to take her work forward, it would have been more comparative studies so that she could get more of a sense for the relationship between these gods and goddesses. These gods and goddesses are not discrete and unrelated. She knows there's a family of the gods, but in my view, there's a lot more structure to the family of the gods than Jean, at the time she was writing that, seemed to want to lift up. And so all of these people were pioneers in the study of mythology in relationship to the psyche and its structure, and they've all given us foundations to stand upon. But the challenge that if we want to be Neo-Jungians and not cultic Jungians, challenge is to try to increase our scanning with our psychoanalytic Hubble telescope of inner space, and increase our scanning, scan wider sectors, and try to get some sense about the relationships between mythic images in one cultural setting with mythic images in others, and then start riding those projections backwards to try to ask with Jung, okay, what's this got to do with the actual structure of this 2 million year old self? And then what does that have to do with why things are falling apart so much, both in my personality and in the society? So let me open it up before we got about 5 minutes before we break. Any comments or questions on these forerunners in the study of myth and psyche as our foundation for looking at Dumézil? Yeah, Bill.
Sort of at the heart of some aspects in terms of what you're saying about Jung and Campbell is the issue of the nature versus nurture debate.
Yeah.
And I think PC-wise now, people want to think that it is nurture, that in essence we are born with a blank slate in our hands, the Kappa.
Right.
And of course, Jung, Campbell, Eliade, they take very much the other approach, that it's not one versus the other. It's not nature or a nurture. It's nature and nurture that produces who and what we are in our society. And
that shapes our struggles.
These deep structures we're born with, not a blank slate. And so I think that just goes right down the line in terms of being the underlying basic assumption, are we a blank slate or not?
Right. Yeah, and Bill is pointing out the nature-nurture controversy that's under some of these different struggles amongst students of mythology and interpreting mythology, because the nature-nurture issues do reach down. Because see, if you buy that there are deep structures, then you have to study them if you're going to be free, if you're going to be liberated. What happens is people think, and that is really amazing how quick people move and how they don't reflect very much. They think, if there are deep structures, I'm totally at their mercy. Therefore, if I believe in them, then I believe in the tyranny of the instincts. That's a very popular idea in the academic world today and in the theological world, religious world. Well, a Jungian doesn't think that way. A Jungian doesn't say, well, if I have shadow, I'm totally helpless. And the way to deal with my shadow is just to declare it doesn't exist. That's not a Jungian attitude. A Jungian view of, you got to always ask people when they're arguing with you about these things, what is your theory of change? Because everybody's got a theory of change, whether they know it or not. How does change occur? A Jungian, a classical, anything that a Jungian point of view that's recognizably Jungian does not assume you change by denying influences on you from the unconscious or from anywhere else. It assumes that the way you change is to begin to acknowledge the forces which are extremely difficult to deal with in your life, that you're not conscious of, not aware of, and that the way to deal, for example, with my aggression, my acting out aggressively or violently, is not to pretend I have no aggression, or pretend if I have it, it's simply there because I got abused as a child. See, which is typical. In fact, it's one of the things I don't like about Kohut and the Kohutian tradition. They like to think that, well, there's not any aggression in there unless it's reactive. See, this is where they didn't improve on Freud, because Freud knew there was aggression in there. And it didn't get there simply because father abused you or mother abused you or somebody else. Aggression is in there. It's hardwired. The question is not, do I have it? The question is, how do I use it? And so a Jungian approach to transformation and individuation and maturation says we got to know what we're struggling with, even if it's not pretty. In other words, we know that we are 99%, around 99%, the same genetically as chimpanzees. Does that have any influence on our behavior? You know, a lot of people, oh no, and they don't argue that we are 98% plus the same genetically as chimpanzees. They don't deny that because there's too much evidence that that's true, scientific evidence that that's true. But don't you find it amazing? The vast numbers of otherwise supposedly intelligent people that will say this doesn't really have a bearing on my behavior or on my psyche. Those chimpanzees are not human. We can do with them what we want to do in animal experimentation. They don't feel pain, you know. There's no moral issues about experimentation on chimpanzees because they're not like me. Well, here's the news to the bad news for our grandiosity. The increasing evidence is they are very much like us. I'll be teaching a one-day workshop this spring on predatory masculine behavior, looking at the new book, recent book called Demonic Males, which is a reflection on this evidence. So in any case, a Jungian point of view does not assume that if you don't use the word warrior, you will not have aggression. And you would be amazed at how many people, for example, in the churches, think you should take all warrior language out of hymns. Because to have warrior language is to make you irresponsible in the use of your aggression. Think about what kind of theory of change that is. That's like if I stick my head in the sand, it makes me more in control. Anyway, any other comments or questions? We got a minute or two. Say the title again.
Pattern language.
The Patterned Language.
Yes.
A book called The Patterned Language.
And, it's a book of heuristics for architects. And there's actually some pretty compelling arguments in terms of composing buildings, that there are actually patterns that must be adhered to. So
this is a book on architecture, which some architects are using to think about the relationship, but I suspect the relationship between the human experience of space and certain fundamental cognitive givens.
And,
right.
One of the points that comes out of the book is that there's a lot of fallacy in modernism of architecture.
Yes. We've gone through a period in architecture when folks thought they didn't have to think about human beings too much when they were building buildings, you know. And so happily, according to what Steve is saying, that people are beginning to come back and realize that we really are specific as a species. For example, we're now beginning to be more and more aware. In fact, it's been very fascinating to me. People are beginning to realize that growing up without trees may be a problem for our species. You know, they're actually talking about this in terms of city planning. They're actually beginning to say, well, now, could there be a relationship between teenage violence and the fact that, for example, here in Chicago, there are not very many trees on the west side? It's related to what Steve is talking about. It's like if you begin to think about this particular species that we are, and in terms of our fundamental structures, we've been pretty much the same for quite some time now, thousands of years. Yeah.
Now high-rises have been long known as one of the great failures of modern architecture.
Yes.
And there was a very famous project called the Pruitt-Igoe project in St. Louis that the government finally had to demolish because human behavior of people that lived there was just disastrous.
Right. He's speaking about the realization increasingly that the human warehousing we did in high rises in the cities, a lot of people are realizing now those need to come down. So this would be related to the issue that human being is not infinitely plastic. That there are some things, it's not that we are totally determined by our instinctual and inherited given, but that we make terrible mistakes when we totally ignore it. as the context for our ethical and maturational agendas, that we have to start where we are. And we'll come back to that. Certainly, we'll talk about that a lot tomorrow. But thank you very much for that. Let's take our break now, and let's take an hour break, and let's try to start as close to an hour from now as we can. Thank you very much. After these folks in the San Francisco Jung Institute Library Journal pointed out that my work seemed to have parallels to Dumézil, I need to find out. I said to myself, I need to find somebody that's an expert on this to teach me about this and find out why this is related to my work. So I was on a trip in South America, sitting in a little restaurant, sitting with one of the gentlemen on this trip. And he and I were talking about our work, and this guy was a Byzantine scholar, had been a Byzantine scholar. And I said, do you know anything about Dumézil? I said, the challenge facing me now is I've got to find out about Dumézil. And this gentleman's name is Dr. Dean Miller, who is a very, very outstanding Byzantine scholar. But it turns out, as he responds to me at that table, he says, well, I've studied Dumézil. So I'm sitting in South America somewhere at a restaurant with a guy on the trip that I'm on through South America, my wife and I are on. It turns out I'm sitting with a very, very knowledgeable Dumézilian scholar who lives here in Chicago, who Dean has been extremely gracious to me and patient, I would say patient, kind of going over the basics of this stuff with me to try to help me kind of get it in my head. And he's also a friend of Scott Littleton, who is this leading scholar that the book that I recommended, the New Comparative Mythology by C. Scott Littleton. And we're indebted to both of these men for these handouts. I would not have them if it were not for the generosity of Scott Littleton and Dean Miller. But to say the least, Scott Littleton has been the chief American person who has been bringing attention to the theories of Dumézil. And we'll be looking at these handouts just as soon as I can get this orientation of the basic function of the functions themselves out, and we'll look at the way the gods tend to be parsed out over this. It is very interesting to realize that someone can be an extremely voluminous scholar. One of the things I want you to do when you look at these books and look at the bibliography in Littleton's book is see the enormity of the body of research that exists. The interesting thing about it is that only about 10% of this has been translated into English. And so the fact that it was published first in French has been a problem about getting knowledge about these theories into the English-speaking world. And as you may or may not know, Jungian psychology is practically non-existent in France, comparatively speaking. That is, there Freud's tradition, Lacanian thought is fairly, Lacan and other French Freudian schools is very, very dominant. There are some French Jungians, but they don't have very much of a powerful presence there intellectually yet. In any case, a lot of the work that Dumézil did was at the Sorbonne in France, and he was a prominent scholar and director of studies in the area of the science of religions, what they call the science of religions there. To give you a little context about this, one thing you got to get clear in your mind at this point: Dumézil is not a Jungian, and as you'll see in just a few minutes, the assumptions that he has are vastly different. From Jung's or mine, or about what we're looking at here, and you'll see that as we go. The way in which this theory is framed is not at all a part of the tradition that we were talking about earlier. Dumézil was influenced by the sociology of two great French sociologists. And here again, I'm deeply indebted for these introductory comments to the incredible book by Scott Littleton. Emile Durkheim, who was, of course, the great French sociologist that wrote the book, the path-finding book, Elementary Forms of the Religious Life, which I talked about in the last workshop, I believe, in terms of idealization dynamics. And also, another French sociologist that I've been interested in, Marcel Mauss, who has been one of the persons who in sociology did the most work with studies of sacrifice and the whole group of issues relating to the rituals of sacrifice and behaviors around sacrifice in human culture. So he was heavily influenced by these early French sociologists, and what he was really focusing on, though, was not sociology in general or developing a sort of a universal sociological theory. What he was really interested in was the myths, the epics, the rituals, and the folk tales of what has been called the ancient Indo-European peoples of the world. And the impact of his studies in this area was for many years extremely profound. I mean, he has had by the 1960s, when Littleton wrote the first edition of this book, the first edition of this came, this is the third edition, but when the first edition came out, there had been a tremendous impact on scholarship among scholars who focus on these Indo-European traditions. Now, we'll talk a little bit in a minute about just what we're talking about when we say Indo-European. But in any way, the important thing for us to realize is that this tradition of scholarship was almost totally ignored by British and American scholarship for many years. And in spite of the fact that there was this incredible amount of stuff coming out as you look in the bibliographies in these books to see. And so in any case, we can say that Dumézil began to be identified by some with structuralism as a school of thought. And we will see, I mean, in a minute, that I think that's really a misplaced designation. He was interested in the function of different functions in society. Influenced by Durkheim, he tended with Durkheim to view myths and rituals and so forth as collective representations of social phenomena. That is to say, if you want to understand what the gods are about, the gods and goddesses and myths, what you're going to have to do is do a sociological analysis of the way society is organized. If you remember back when we were talking about these idealized projections of the gods, the last workshop we did. So he's in that Durkheimian tradition, and he's thinking about the social system, and he's thinking about the way in which these different gods represent aspects of the social system. So in that respect, he's right in that Durkheimian tradition. What was unusual, however, is his coming up with this theory of tripartition, the three-function theory, which he began to put forth as a structural and dynamic breakdown of Indo-European social organization and ideology. So now, right from the start, look here what he's saying. He's not talking about the psyche. He's talking about structures and dynamics in social organization and their collective representations in myths and rituals and values and so on. He's been called a functionalist, but as Littleton points out, when he says function, he's not talking about it like functionalist sociologist. He's simply talking about a certain cluster of values and behaviors and agendas that are representative of what he calls the functions, which we'll outline in a minute. He was primarily interested in Indo-European culture, and so he was arguing that that there is a primordial source, actually, to many of the cultures that Jungians have studied with interest in recent years. That prior to Indian culture, not Native American, but Asian Indian culture, prior to Roman culture, prior to Hittite culture, prior to Celtic culture, and so on, Roman and Greek and so on, there was what is known as a proto-Indo-European social organization, which has, through various channels, been passed down into those distinct, we think of them as distinct cultures. The impact of Dumézil's work was to raise the question, and you can see why he would not be popular today, because he is pressing the agenda, what is common between the Celts, the Romans, the Hindus, the Hittites, and so on. But in those days, the different linguistic traditions and the different the scholars of language, the scholars of sociology, the scholars of anthropology, and so on, they were ripe for somebody coming up with an interpretive theory, and his challenge to them, presenting this theory, turned out to be extremely influential and generated enormous amounts of attempts to disprove him, to argue with him, to disprove him, to find examples for his disciples, to find examples of how his tripartite theory was accurate, and by his enemies to say, no, as we'll see in a minute, this tripartite theory, that's not really tripartite, there are really four, not three, or this is not just Indo-European, it applies to other people, and so on. But needless to say, a powerful theory will often generate a lot of research. And this is true in all forms of science. You will not find a scientific theory that is not disputed. I mean, only recently, for example, this man that had done so much work on crater formation and arguing that there have been asteroid impacts on Earth, the whole scientific community, huge percentages of the scientific community, thought he was just a complete flake. And it was Eugene Shoemaker, and he discovered this Shoemaker-Levy comet, and then his theories got proven when the comet hit Jupiter. And I mean, it's amazing how things change in science. But one of the characteristics are theories don't eliminate debate usually. They create a lot of debate, which furthers a lot of research and scholarship. And that's what happened with Dumézil's early presentation of his theories. What was his fundamental sense of tripartition? He was arguing that underlying these cultures that he believed were derivative of Indo-European society, that there was a tripartite social and ideological division. And it was divided into these three things: sovereignty, force, and fertility. That this threefold ideology was primordial in this Proto-Indo-European culture, and that it was reflected not only in social structure, that you had a social class or a caste that carried sovereignty functions. We'll look at these charts in a minute. You had a social class or caste that carried military or warrior functions, and that you had a social caste or class that carried the role of cultivators or fertility functions. And that if you looked, this was the way society was structured. Collective representations in myths and rituals were projected out and became their mythic pantheons. And so the myths of the society reflected this particular ideology, according to Dumézil. Now understand here, see, This is why I say Dumézil is not really a structuralist, because Dumézil is not arguing that this tripartite ideology and three functions apply to all human beings. If he were truly a structuralist, in the way that I mean structuralism, or the way that Claude Lévi-Strauss would be talking about structuralism, or Piaget would be talking about structuralism, or the Jungian point of view in terms of deep structures, you would be arguing that these three functions apply to all human beings. That's not what Dumézil was arguing. In fact, a lot of the attacks on Dumézil bring evidence that this is present in other cultures and not just Indo-European cultures. See? This is, in other words, a kind of a regional argument. These human beings descended from this particular family of tribes had this kind of social organization and this division of the gods. And when I first looked at this, when I saw this tripartite division, all this emphasis on the three functions, I thought, how in the world could anybody have thought that this is the same as my work? Because everybody that looks at my work knows that I'm talking about force. And then my friends pointed out to me, well, yeah, but the first function is really dual. It's not really just one. There are two forms of sovereignty. Well, what are those forms of sovereignty? Well, first is juridical. We associate that with the king. It is the upholder of contracts and right ordering. The second aspect of dual sovereignty is the magico-religious aspect of sovereignty. What does that have to do with? Not with external ordering or social ordering predominantly, but with transactions with the magical forces and powers having to do with a priestly function. So these are the people that relate to the numinous knowledge, whose contribution to sovereignty is the connection to the great powers, to the great magic. And so then I could see where they saw the connection with my theory, because, and also for the first time, I saw as clearly as one needs to see the way in which, indeed, we'll see tomorrow, any kind of adequate sovereignty does have to be dual. And we will get into that more later. So in any case, gods in this system, gods and goddesses, then, according to Dumézil, can be plotted in terms of these functions, including in terms of one or the other pole of the sovereignty function. And so if you'll look with me at these charts, the one that says Figure 3 and the one with Scott Littleton's name are both from Scott's teaching materials, Littleton's teaching materials. The one that has a tripartite division of labor at the top is from a book edited by Morris Silver called Ancient Economy in Mythology, East and West. And the title of the article that this is from, it's this one here. It says Tripartite Division of Labor at the top. The article that this is from is called The Tripartite Division of Labor, Priests, Warriors, and Cultivators in Ancient Indo-European Mythology. So, this thing that has the Dumézilian paradigm, this will show you there in terms of the social organization. And this is dealing with Indian culture. You'll notice on the left column at the top. The first function represented by the Brahmins, the priestly caste there. The first aspect of sovereignty represented by the god Mitra. That's the juridical part. The second aspect of sovereignty, the more frightening magical aspect of sovereignty is represented by the god Varuna. On the second function, the social class in that culture, the Kshatriyas, the warrior caste, the god that is associated with this warrior function in its positive form is Indra. Indra is the god. You know, even if you study Tibetan Buddhism, for example, you know that Vajra. Have you ever seen the Vajras in Tibetan Buddhism? The little thunderbolt image that's held in the hand and directed and used during prayers. Well, the Vajra, the thunderbolt, came directly out of this tradition. I mean, even in Tibetan Buddhism, it comes directly out of this tradition of Indra and his thunderbolts. So the war against evil, the great divine warrior who makes war against evil and the monsters is Indra. And then the third function, the fertility function, the social caste is Vaishyas, and variety of gods and goddesses that are listed there, particularly the goddess Sarasvati is primary expression. But now look at the interesting thing then, though, is to look at the plotting of gods and goddesses from the different cultures issuing from this, according to these theorists, from this Indo-European base. So if you go from left to right, you'll see the parallels that Dumézil and other Dumézilian scholars have noted in Roman culture, Scandinavian culture, Scythian culture, Greek culture, Iranian culture, Celtic culture, and somewhat in Slavic culture. Now this is an example here, and then you can look at these others as we go. This is why they talked about the new comparative mythology, because his theory of the three functions began to press scholars to ask the question about the relationships between gods and goddesses cross-culturally in terms of their role in the pantheon of the gods. Now, you think back now to what we were talking about this morning about Jean Bolin. She had some sense of the roles of the goddesses and the gods in the pantheon, right? What she did not have was anything remotely approaching this kind of analysis, where rather than just being completely arbitrary in terms of you're looking at different gods or goddesses to illustrate Jungian archetypes and so on and so forth, you begin to look in terms of the qualities of the gods and to see if particular gods or goddesses have particular responsibilities, particular gifts, particular role to make a contribution in a particular area, a particular function. So let's look at these other charts, and you can spend some time between now and tomorrow perusing these. Look at the figure 3, tripartition in the pantheon. Focused here on India, Iran, Rome, Germanic traditions, and the Celts. And here you have the same thing again. One of the fascinating things to me, look down at figure 2 under the social tripartition and under the images associated with the different functions. Look to the right of that column on figure 2 under the Scythians. The image of the cup, the battle axe, and the plow. When I was doing the work that I'll be talking about tomorrow morning, I began to realize that there were images that represented these different functions, and that these images would come up in mythic images. I focused on the sword. The battle axe is a version of the sword. It is a second function image, the battle axe. The cup is a priestly image having to do with magical authority. People who have tried to find an image relating to the magician, they usually choose either the wand or the cup for the magician. And the plow or yoke has to do with the fertility function in these traditions. You can ask, where is the scepter? That's what I would ask. Where is the scepter? And we want to get in tomorrow when we're looking at trying to challenge the way this thing is formulated about certain subtleties and complexities in the issue of sovereignty that are not clear here. Battle axe is like a sword. It's something you kill people with. It's something you express aggression with. I just went to see the movie last night, Oscar and Lucinda. I don't know whether you know about that Australian movie, but it's really a very, very fascinating movie. And the axe is used for a killing in there. I mean, it's a very clear image of it was an axe against a sword in this particular story. So if you'll just peruse that, you'll get a sense. There's no one-to-one. One of the things we want to think about is why are they not all the same, see? And tomorrow we'll be talking about this in terms of individual psychology. If there are these archetypal energies that have to be balanced, why aren't they the same in everyone? Why aren't they presented the same way? The issue with relationship to cultures is very similar to the issue with relationship to families, religions, spiritualities, and personalities. That's anticipating us. So in any case, what is new about the new comparative mythology? Well, unlike these folks that are coming out of a Jungian tradition, they're not, in this tradition, they're not looking at something that would apply to everyone. They're not looking at cognitive deep structures. In this tradition, they're thinking this is really Indo-European. It's kind of fun to think about. Those of you that have studied this Indo-European stuff more than I have, it's fun to think about all these fantasies about this primordial culture, like they're allegedly behind these different cultures. You see, if you buy this kind of theory that Dumézil and these folks are pushing, they're really fundamentally diffusionist. They are not following a Campbell-like approach or an Eliade-like approach. They don't see this stuff as coming from some primordial source equally into all traditions and just being manifest somewhat differently. This is really a historical argument. They're arguing about historical influences, and a lot of their arguments have to do with, well, if this is really influenced by Indo-European ideology, how did it get here? And if the Norwegians were influenced by Indo-European ideology, why did they not have more of this representation of this particular function and not so much of this one? When we're talking about this particular tradition of scholarship, it is what I would call a regional hermeneutics. It is not a general theory of interpretation. It's a regional one. It has to do with a particular social and cultural and historical background from their point of view. Now, that said, it is really incredibly fascinating. Now, what is fascinating and enormously interesting to me as a researcher is the amount of incredibly careful comparative work that's been done between these traditions that are on these sheets. Jungian researchers, for the most part, have steered away from any careful studies of comparison and contrast, say, between Celtic traditions and Indian traditions, or Celtic traditions and Roman traditions. There's been such a Johnny one-note attitude among Jungians to privilege the Greek tradition in their studies of archetypal forms. Nothing wrong with studying Greek traditions, but in my view, if we're going to study Greek traditions, we need to draw on these folks, the people that have done the most careful study of Greek tradition, qua Greek tradition, are the scholars in this tradition. Usually, if you're a Jungian and you just want to study archetypal dimensions of Greek tradition, this body of scholarship would carry our discussions forward simply on that. But in terms of what we have needed for a long time and getting off of the bottom rung of the ladder in archetypal studies is serious comparative work between Celts, Romans, Greeks, Hindus, and so on, Buddhists. So, the existing research is just this incredibly rich thicket of data for one who would study any of these particular traditions that you see listed here, Zoroastrian and so on, for Jungian purposes. So if we didn't do anything else other than encourage our researchers to get into this literature to test what, for example, Jean Bolin has said about these Greek gods and goddesses, is what she has said about the Greek gods and goddesses, is it borne out by the people that have spent their entire lives studying these particular gods and goddesses in terms of their particular form and function. Another thing that has come up out of this, out of Dumézil's research, is the observation, which I also noted when I was finding Bolin's work somewhat problematic, is that, you know, some gods and goddesses don't parse out into one or the other of the functions. If you're studying gods and goddesses as sources for archetypal information and reflection, often you will find a god or goddess that will have more than one function. Sometimes all three functions. So what are we to make of that? Now, some of the scholars have said, see, Dumézil says, there are these gods and goddesses which have the role of presenting the integration of the functions. And he says that in rituals, you would have prayers to those gods before you had prayers to the separate functions, the ritual, the gods of the separate functions. And then before you would close your ritual, you would have prayers to the integrating gods after you had prayers to the separate functional gods. Think about that now. Think about that. Tomorrow we'll think about that in depth, the psychology of that. But in any case, when I was looking at this stuff early on, I kept saying, well, gee, you know, I mean, Zeus, if you study Zeus manifests, you know, I didn't know about this stuff then. I said, but, you know, Zeus is a lover. Zeus is a warrior. Zeus is a king. So how does it help you to get clear about archetypal energies to talk about Zeus? And so I did not realize that there had been all these scholars working for ages now, for years and years and years, on trying to understand that. I mean, the fact that as things develop, there tends to become a bridging of the functions. Now think about that. Tomorrow we're going to think about that psychologically. As things develop, when society becomes more integrated, individual functions begin to be bridged. Tomorrow we'll see that that's also true of the self, functioning of the self. But in terms of Dumézil's research, he just observed it. There are these gods and goddesses that are primarily representations of integration of the functions. And so something that has been confusing about using gods and goddesses to express archetypal energies has been getting a lot of attention. Okay, now let's open it up for comments and questions about the, yes, go ahead. And we'll just kick this around a little bit first, and then we will turn later to the, yeah, go ahead, sure.
I'm looking at table 5.1, and as I was looking this over before you began to speak, when I was seeing light and dark and connected with gods that I'm somewhat familiar with, I thought, well, light, dark, that's positive, negative, maybe even the active and passive poles of the various themes that you have in your books. And in the second and third functions, it seems as though that there is a light and a dark side to those particular elements in culture. But under the first one, the light and the dark seem to separate into two totally different, totally different, but
I noticed that too.
Significantly different functions.
Yeah, I noticed that too. And yeah, and this is the kind of thing that I want us to really think about in some depth tomorrow. But I'll take a shot at it here. It's like, you know, when I have talked about these archetypal energies, one of the things that's confused people is that I have emphasized that warrior energy is neither good nor bad, that it has a shadow aspect and a positive aspect, and that in any particular personality, it's never going to be, the manifestation of that energy is never going to be wholly healthy. And so with regard to the second and third functions that you're talking about here, I was talking to Dr. Miller about this, and he says that if you really get into this literature, that these traditions are enormously aware of what I would call the shadow sides of the gods. That is, that there are tremendously destructive expressions of these deities that you will find. And so in one sense, in this literature, dark will often refer to those really destructive aspects, for example, of the hero or of the king. But I think that that's what's confusing too to me, because up there in that first function, they're using dark in a different way. It's almost like a shifting of metaphors, the way they're using that. I think you're picking up on a way they've really shifted the usage of that metaphor, because they're saying dark there. It means more like, well, I can relate to the king well enough because he's dealing with laws, and you know, if I don't do this, I get killed. But if I do this, I'll be all right. But when you deal with the high priest, there are forces that are, quote, dark forces, not meaning bad forces, but they're hidden. They're esoteric forces. They are forces that you can't just approach naively and directly. You have to have a priest, or you have to have a master. You have to have someone to be your initiator. And so I think you're pointing to a kind of a shifting of the use of that word dark. Both senses of it exist. And we'll see when we talk later about the War of the Functions. There's this place when the so-called dark force of the magical aspects of the king or of the sovereignty function magically casts a spell on everybody to stop their fighting. See, everybody's fighting. And then this dark aspect of sovereignty goes, and everybody has got a spell, and it stops the fight. Well, think about family therapy. I mean, or think about time out when you're obsessing about your complexes. And it's about getting into that magician space, which is to get out of this conflict for a minute, to contemplation. And you know, we don't tend to associate contemplation with esoteric energies in the modern world, but in fact, in the rest of history, the rest of human beings always did. The way you get in touch with esoteric energies is fasting and contemplation. Then you start experiencing the cities, the forces, the mana power. Follow that? So I think you're absolutely right about that kind of waffling there in the use of dark.
It's a good point, because I think brought out in Littleton's book, because on page 65 of it, when I was reading it, he's referring to Varuna, this first function magician. Says that he...
the second part of the first function, right, Varuna.
Littleton says he's apt to behave irrationally and not always in a manner beneficial to his devotees, achieving his ends in the exercise of his magical powers. He generally presents himself as an awesome and rather terrible being. So immediately I write in the margin shadow.
Right.
But then 4 or 5 sentences later, he basically presents then the positive side,
yes,
saying that he's responsible for the maintenance of proper magico-religious beliefs. So
right.
It's
now you see, if you do not have my theory, then this is harder to sort out. But for example, whenever you deal with a human shaman, and there are a lot of real human shamans, when you deal with a real human shaman, there is always the charlatan side of the shaman who will abuse his magical potency. And it would be hard to find one in which that's not true of. However, to demonize shamans because they have that first part is to totally miss the point. These folks are the technicians of the sacred. And the shamans, the ones that I think are real shamans that I know, have this dual light and dark aspect of that particular magical power. And so if you got a sense of the shadow, and as Jung says, there is nothing that doesn't have a shadow, then you know all these gods and goddesses have shadow expressions, which is that second part of the dark. And the first part of the dark is just the fact that you can't, it's like, when he discusses that in the first function there, it's like you can't come at this magical energy with your left brain. Or if you do, you'll just be confused. It's like a man said to me this past week, he said, "Oh, I get it. You mean the world is not rational?" Because he had been trying to deal with everything in his life, including his relationships, rationally. Well, there are a lot of things in the world that if you come out with rational in the sense of your left brain, logical, I'm going to deal with our relationship logically now. If then, we're not going to have a very good relationship. It's going to take some right brain stuff. It's going to take some intuition, so forth, some feeling to get things better. So that's a good point. Yes, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
There's, for reasons that I fully understand, there's a very important culture missing among these charts, the Hebrew.
Yes.
Primarily, one reason it's not a polytheological culture, but as I'm looking at that chart of the 4 different functions, and I think about one of my favorite biblical texts, and one of the most confusing and disturbing is the book of Job.
Yes.
As it's gone, the theory is that it went through several stories orally before finally being put together, some people would say rather inexpertly, into one text. And if you look at the figure of the Hebrew God, it goes through those 4 functions one after the other throughout that story. Right. Are there any people who have done similar comparisons with the various stories in the Hebrew cultures, looking at cultures that don't have many gods, but one God that seems to shift these functions, and what that might mean about those?
What a wonderful question. I mean, that is one of the question is, gee, it's like this Indo-European stuff, and Dumézil here doesn't get into Hebrew culture. Well, of course not. It's not Indo-European, right? And so what about those scholars who study Hebrew culture and Hebrew scriptures and notice, hey, there's some of this stuff that looks sort of the same as Dumézil is saying. What does that mean? Because there are, I understand from my teachers on this, scholars who have looked at some of the Hebrew materials in the light of this theory. And see, they would be anti-Dumézilian, right? Because they would say, if I can prove that this applies to the Hebrew scriptures, Dumézil is wrong. Well, but you see, they're kind of lost in that issue of whether it's Indo-European or not. What I'm fascinated by is more like what you're saying. Your name is William, right? What I'm fascinated by is I have done some studies of Hebrew scripture too. And to me, it looks for all the world like this schema applies to a lot. And I was not even thinking of the book of Job. I was thinking of the story of David and Solomon. If you study David and Solomon, in fact, tomorrow remind me to go into that some, because in terms of transgressions, I hope we get that a little bit this afternoon. But see, in this tradition, according to this form of scholarship, these scholars have noted that moral and spiritual and ethical transgressions are parsed out according to the functions. And not only that, punishments are parsed out and differentiated according to the different functions. And for example, in the story of King David, and here again I'm indebted to Professor Miller, the king, this is David and Solomon, the king must not be an idolater. Number one, that's first function. The king must not use force inappropriately, must not do murder. Number two. second function. The king must not engage in sexuality inappropriately, third function. The story of David and Solomon, if you read it through this theory, would be a teaching story about the ethics of kingship and teaching by failures, not by positive example. Solomon, in building the temple, according to my friend Professor Miller, Solomon becomes open to idolatry, the false gods. The temple gets too much idealization, as I would put it from my previous workshop. Force is used incorrectly in the murder of Uriah, the Hittite Bathsheba's husband. And the involvement with Bathsheba itself is the third function, transgression. So, wow. To me, you know, I sat down recently with this dynamic young Hebrew scholar at Chicago Theological Seminary, Ken Stone. And I said, Ken, I know you're awfully busy, but I would love to talk with you about whether you know any of the literature on people who've tried to apply Dumézil's theories to the Hebrew scriptures. And he had heard of that, but that's not been one of his areas of scholarship. But see, now that in itself. Now you'd have to say Dumézil was wrong about the limiting of the theory, and that's where I stand. I think it's not Indo-European. I think it is structural, but Dumézil did not. Yeah, go ahead.
There were several opportunities for influence to be exchanged
Into the Hebrews.
With the Hebrews.
Yes.
For example, the Indo-Europeans in about 1800 BC with chariots defeated the dynasties of Egypt. The first time Egypt fell, and they ruled Egypt for about 300 years, vastly influencing that whole part of the Mediterranean.
Right.
Secondly, you have to remember the Hebrews spent a considerable amount of time in exile in Babylonia, about the same time that Zoroaster was attempting to reform of the Proto-Indo-European religion into one of forces of good versus evil. And there are a number of theories relating to Zoroaster's influence on the Hebrew religion.
Bill is giving a little summary that there are some ways that you can argue with Dumézil that the presence of this tripartition in Hebrew scriptures, if it can be demonstrated to be there, is there because of historical influences that can be traced. This is actually Professor Miller's point of view. He says he would, I don't want to claim that this is exactly what he said, but he said there is some that you could argue that the interaction with the Philistines could have been a medium, a channel through which some of this Indo-European forms got in. But you see, here's my tack on that. If you're going to do a diffusionist thing, fine. I mean, it's fine. But if you're going to do a Jungian thing, the way you approach is not that. You say, given the assumption of this theory that this is present in some form everywhere, let's look at the data and see if you could argue that. In other words, you confuse the research issue by substituting one theory for the other. What we'll talk about tomorrow is what happens when you get clear about arguing a Jungian point of view, and then you scan this data again without the diffusionist assumptions. I mean, you can argue it both ways. And a very dyed-in-the-wool dedicated diffusionist is never going to agree with a Jungian point of view, no matter what evidence you give them. See, I mean, so, but in any case, there's no doubt about it. The Zoroastrian influence on the Pharisees, for example, coming into the Hebrew tradition that way, and then into Christianity through the potentially through the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I mean, you can argue it historically. There's no question about that, Bill. Yes.
Dumézil arguing that this model, that these three functions are unique to the Indo-European,
yes.
Or are you saying this is all I'm looking at?
No, his basic, well, it would be both. A scholarly cop-out used by all scholars, if they're smart, Because if you analyze these scholars, you get to know them, they're terrified of their flanks and their back. And they are going to be, unless they're really tenured and and they really have got a lot of self-esteem, so that being attacked and ridiculed does not affect them too much. They will be extremely timid about asserting their theories without humongous documentations of every little word in the footnotes. And so Dumézil would have tremendous interest in saying, this is what I'm studying. I mean, there would be pressure on him to say that. And then secondly, it would be say, yeah, this is Indo-European. Because if I say it's Indo-European, then all I have to do is focus on those cultures which are Indo-European. I don't have to know everything. But if you're a grandiose Jungian or some other kind of structuralist, then you have to get out and play with people that have all kinds of data you do not know. That's what we're doing today and tomorrow.
No indication that he did that. He looked at some other things and then arrived at
Oh, yes. Oh, no. Oh, yes. He in his scholarship, he will argue that this is Indo-European. This is a distinct ideology. And you trace this distinct ideology from these sources, and they spread out this way across these cultures that were predecessors to modern Europe. True structuralist, this is a cognitive argument, that the mind is really got deep structures, and it relates to Chomsky's linguistics and other people who've done this patterns in linguistics and so on. But see what's exciting. I mean, just look at the way that this stuff opens up future research. Just exactly like William was saying. I mean, I have said to Ken Stone at CTS and to Professor Miller, I've said I would love to have some money for a mini conference symposium in which we bring together some people that are willing, in spite of the political incorrectness of looking at Dumézil now, to look at Dumézil and just take Dumézil's theory and then apply it to what data we know about in Hebrew scriptures and just see if there's any way you could argue it. Whether a particular scholar would argue that or not, that's not the scientific question. The scientific question is, if you take this theory, see, that's the way you do science. You take a theory and then you look at data. And the data either encourages you to continue developing the theory, or the data discourages you from continuing to work with that theory. It doesn't, one particular set of data may not cause you to stop research, but it will enable you to ask new questions. For example, the whole issue about, well, what about these gods that are not single function gods, or these goddesses that are not single function gods? Doesn't that ruin his theory? And Littleton kind of thinks that that's one of the weaknesses in Dumézil's theory, that idea of those synthetic gods. I don't think that. I think if you understand the integration, problems of integration in the self, it's easy to understand why there would have to be synthetic function gods to sandwich the splitting. Think about the formation of self-structure. A personality without energies going into synthesis is just constantly fragmenting at a borderline. See, I mean, personality that's got energy libido going into integration that is not tied up in conflict, that is the formation of a nuclear self. That's the formation of an integrating self. So it's just, the thing that I want you to see here, though, is just what incredible possibilities for generating further research exist in this. You don't have to agree with Dumézil. But one thing to do would be what William is saying. Hey, let's get a bunch of those Hebrew scholars together and let's present Dumézil's theory and say, now, if you were going to argue that you could use Dumézil in interpreting the Hebrew scriptures, what evidence could you amass? Whether you agree with it or not, that would be fun. That would be exciting. And it can be done in every other region. What about South American culture? Because I clue you. If you look at South American cultures, you can see a lot of this too. You can look at a lot of different cultures from different places, and you can see these. You can look at Native American cultures and pick up these things. So, other questions or comments? Yes, Bill.
I'm going to raise a issue that I'd like for us to keep in mind.
Okay.
As far as I can tell, the Proto-Indo-Europeans had almost no goddesses. The few they had related to natural phenomena, the dawn, the river, Danube, Dnieper River. Yeah, here's the little grenade. There's almost no feminine aspects in the Proto-Indo-European ideology. And most people do not even, only I think maybe one of these pages includes Greece with its pantheon as part of this, because the pantheon of Greece is so very different from this. Now, what people have tried to explain this by is that as Indo-Europeans came in, basically there was a pocket of old European goddess culture on Crete. And it wasn't destroyed until about 1200 BC. At that time, that's when basically Athena, who essentially is very, very closely tied to the goddess of old Europe, Athena then became incorporated into the Greek pantheon, the Greek at that time being Indo-European, and in order to preserve her statue, Athena has all three functions. And there's a reason she has sovereignty. She's the patron deity of Athens. She has force, she has fertility. And they're thinking that that's perhaps one way that they maintain the goddess in that pantheon by giving her those three functions. Plus, she was a virgin. She was not subjugated to any male god. And so, yes, on one hand, these are probably structural. But as our own psyches are, they're perhaps unbalanced or a reflection of somewhat unbalanced.
See, that whole question you're raising, he's raising the question about, for example, just taking Athena and taking the shift from matriarchal culture to patriarchal culture is an issue, is a research issue. Now, that is a very important issue because, you see, there are a lot of folks that think that the rise of Indo-European culture was really the beginning of the end with regard to humanity. And let me just finish this and then show how it's related to what Bill is saying. You see, I mean, not long ago, my wife and I, Margaret and I, were in Turkey, tracing that pre-European, pre-Greek, pre-Indo-European kind of embodiment of Athena, who, see, in Greek culture, she gets identified with warrior virtues more. But in Turkey, prior to that later development, later delineation, such as you see in Boland's work, she carried a lot more of these functions. If you look at the Athena of this Turkish Athena, my wife has it in her consulting room. I mean, she's covered with what look like either eggs or breast. She is not in the stereotypical image of the second function goddess, as if you read Scott Lilton's book, there's a tendency to associate her a lot of the time with the second function. So in other words, this is a real interesting question. We're getting ahead, but remind me to come back to this tomorrow. I want to talk about the relationship between the war of the functions and splitting in the psyche. And I want to talk about the way to potentially think about the way that social stratification according to these energies is an expression of splitting. It's not progress. I would argue that prior to this form, you didn't farm out the functions to different people. In earlier cultures, it could be argued that very likely that there was not this kind of role differentiation going with archetypal energies. Now, let me say why that's significant. What happens to human beings when they, in idealizing projections, farm out the sovereignty function to government? What happens to human beings when they, through an idealization, a regressive idealization, farm out the warrior function to the police? What happens to human beings when they farm out the lover projection in a pathological idealization to a movie star, Marilyn Monroe or something, or to a particular group of people who are branded with racist stereotypes and seem to carry third function traits? What happens to human beings when, instead of seeing these functions as building blocks of human being, that must be taken, that must be integrated in every person, what happens when the magician function is farmed out to professors? And you have ordinary men and women who are taught by the culture that they're stupid. They are not to be educated. You follow me? I would argue in response, and you're anticipating our discussion tomorrow, but I would argue that that this creation of a separate military and the rigidification of that, ossification of that into the Pentagon, this is not progress. What we've got is a massive, extremely demonic splitting of archetypal energies of the human, turned into role differentiation and even social stratification, which are a mark of a failure in integration in the human being, not progress. And that would fit essentially the kind of thing that Bill is bringing up. And that requires reflection. And this is what I want us to reflect about tomorrow in terms of implications. What if? See, tomorrow I want us to talk. What if you don't read this like Dumézil reads it? But what if you take the data and you take a Jungian archetypal point of view? What if this is about building blocks of human being and not just Indo-European social stratification? And what if the Hindu caste system is really an expression of splitting that we continue today in the way in which we really, in many ways, we recapitulate. We like to think we're superior to the Hindus, and we like to think we don't do the same thing they did with social stratification. But I'm going to suggest to you tomorrow we do very much the same thing with regard to splitting and social stratification along archetypal lines. So you're anticipating, but I want us to come back to this and talk about it because it is a really important question that you need to ask. What happens when these archetypal energies get projected on other people and other people are expected to carry them for us? Is that a good thing? I don't think so. Yes, go ahead.
John Giannini gave me a couple of years ago called The Chalice and the Blade.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, when you were talking about some of these issues, that book with the
Yeah, what's her name? What's her name? Renee.
I can't remember. It's a
Eisler.
fabulous book.
Eisler's book, The Chalice and the Blade. Yeah, see, for a long time I would really have panned that book, but there is a sense in which, if you think along the lines we're thinking about here, that book does get at some of this issue, that in fact, the kind of violent acting out of male aggression that we have seen for so long in culture, that may have been exacerbated by certain historical developments. For example, tomorrow we should talk about this. What happens, see, as long as you're in small groups and you can have a kind of an indigenous tribal culture, say you do not have the means of production that's necessary to develop a city-state yet, so you maintain smaller groups, and there is less of a press to social differentiation of archetypal energies, although there is some, but there's less for press, for example, to not have every person carry some responsibilities on all these fronts. In tribal indigenous cultures, while there is some differentiation of role and so on, there is a sense in which there is less rigid role differentiation than we see in these Indo-European forms. So the question I would have is, when technology got to the point where you could have adequate surpluses to create city-states, and then you start getting, there's a lot of evidence that our species can maintain a sense of empathy and connection only in groups less than 200, really. That's why, for example, a lot of people think that the existence of small churches is sort of not big churches but small churches, 150 people in them, something like that, 200. that that's some mark of not being able to have adequate evangelism or something, when in fact it may reflect some of very species-specific things. That is to say, there's evidence that the ape that we are, the primate that we are, cannot maintain a sense of connection on an empathic level with groups when they go beyond a certain point. Once the size of the group gets beyond a certain point, there's evidence that we become very violent and predatory. So it's an interesting thing that you bring up. But Eisler's book does touch on this thing about, well, isn't it true that there's more violence now once that warrior function gets so pronounced? See, my argument would be, and we can come back to this tomorrow, the warrior function has always been there. But in this particular form of culture that we're studying here, it gets separated out. And you get what we have in the United States now. You know, a lot of your tax money is spent training killers who have absolutely no humane values whatsoever. Most Americans don't know this. But if you study the military as I have, you will find that vast amounts of funds are going into training professional killers that have absolutely no human values whatever. And that is very similar to that kind of Eisler argument. That once you got war chariots, then the game changes. So we'll come back to that tomorrow. Other comments and questions? Yeah.
When you talk about dual sovereignty,
yes.
The Catholic Church is the worst for dual sovereignty.
Yeah.
This Pope doesn't acknowledge women at all. I mean, I taught the major religions, and I thought Jesus wouldn't recognize his church today. It's all, power over other people.
Yeah. You know, somebody was commenting, the Pope has been visiting Castro, and I was listening to NPR. And the question was about this whole sovereignty issue in the Roman Church. And they were commenting that the domination agendas of Castro and the Pope, while they are differently expressed in different places, there is a lot of domination energy there. And what we want to do when we think about this dual sovereignty, what I want to do tomorrow is to say that as long as the magical function is used for domination instead of opposition to the king function, you still have a more regressive expression of these energies. The very having of dual sovereignty is a bifurcation of power, and so that's a step in the right direction. But what I did not realize, and I have realized more clearly now since I've been studying this material, see, when I was working on this earlier on, I thought this sovereignty was just the king or queen. But after studying this material, as we'll get into more tomorrow, I realize that actually adequate sovereignty requires a balance of powers between the king and somebody who's not monarchical. And there we are back to the Hebrew Scriptures. Because if you look at the Hebrew Scriptures, a lot of the Bible scholars are fascinated with the fact that in the Hebrew Scriptures, there is this one strand which is pro-monarchy. And there's this distinct strand that's anti-monarchy. And a lot of the scholars believe that's sort of accidental. Somebody just kind of pasted these things together. And that's just the way it turned out. But after studying this material, I have said to my biblical scholar friends, I don't think that's accidental. I think somebody understood all this stuff, and they understood that if you put in just the monarchical, you would have tyranny. And if you put in just the prophetic, you would have chaos. And so what you have to do is to have a dynamic tension built into the system between the yes and the no, the yes of power and the no to power. That's what democracy is about. Well, that's the only way you can have a democracy that's actual democracy, is to have a split sovereignty, a balance of powers. And so Yeah, that's another interesting research question. Could it be argued, in terms of scholarship of the Bible, could it be argued that those different traditions are not merely artificial creations by redactors, but that whoever was working on those texts intended for those traditions not to be resolved, to represent the truth? Because if you take the implications of this theory that we're looking at, the argument would be that you cannot have a valid sovereignty if it's singular. So I think that's a fascinating issue. Other comments or questions? Yeah.
The woman is a balance for the man.
Oh, certainly. Yes, indeed. In fact, that's why I argue that.
Even though their functions are different, they.
Yes. I think it's important, say, for example, that queen images balance king images. But I think it's also important to realize that all these polarities that you also need. See, the queen and the king represent, as we'll get into tomorrow, they represent cosmos formation. They represent forming a world and building a realm. But here's where the deconstructionists have a place. Here's where the post-structuralists have a place. You have to have, against either queens or kings, you have to have somebody that says no to their power. You have to have a trickster function that's a healthy trickster function. We call it in the Hebrew scriptures, we call it the prophet who says, thou art the man who did this unjust thing. So I think, yes, the female is a balance to these male images, and as we see my theory tomorrow, you'll see it. I think it's structural, and but also, if you take this theory seriously, I would argue probably the queen is no more egalitarian than the king, and her power needs to be balanced by an anti-queen power. Just like you think of any daughter that's been trying to rebel against her mother for her own liberation. That's probably a lot of truth in that. Okay, let's get started. Let me lay out a little bit more about interfunctional warfare according to this body of scholarship. And remember, we're just laying the groundwork now, because tomorrow we're going to come back and we're going to look at this stuff psychologically and continue to think about the possible implications of this and implications for further research from a Jungian point of view, and also and then think about the war of the functions in our own experience and what this may help us understand. So let me start talking about now, just for a few minutes, about interfunctional war, the way it's presented in this. And Bill, you and others William, you and Bill, who've studied this stuff, give us some other examples if you can think of any. But as I was going over this interfunctional warfare, trying to get ready for this workshop, I was Professor Miller was generous enough to sit down and work with me on this. He said there are a number of assumptions and key incidents that are presented that I wanted to get out on the table. First is this assumption that as long as you have interfunctional war going on, there's not really any, so let's put it this way, normative social integration. It's like in the myths, what you've got are sort of, these are stories of how you get from chaotic war of the functions to a viable society. And one of the interesting things is somewhat Scott Littleton and others wonder about the movement from myth to sort of quasi-history or quasi-legend, but seeing the same issues expressed. And we'll look at some examples from the Norse mythology and also from Roman quasi-historical legend as expressions of this. But anyway, there's no social integration of the normative society until the functions are joined as a functional whole. Now think about this and anticipate tomorrow. Think about self-psychology and self-integration. And it's like, as long as you've got an open warfare going on between the functions, you don't really have a world. yet. So it's almost like these things are related to creation mythology. I would argue that this is all about how you get where we need to go, in the world. And there is in this literature, what they find, interestingly enough, is that very often the first two functions, sovereignty and force, are at odds with the third function in these stories, in these epic stories and in the myths. That the most pronounced functional warfare is between 1 and 2 and the third function. So that's something that we're going to want to reflect on and think about Bill Clinton. Now let me start to say there are normally key incidents in these accounts of the War of the Functions, and one I am told is called the Golden Bribe. The Golden Bribe, and this is the attempt to use riches of some kind to subvert the, quote, enemy functions. You use some form of riches to bribe and to defeat the other functions. And it's most often the third function that will use a bribe to defeat the others. For example, in Norse mythology, the third function god or gods will often use gold to try to get Odin, the first function deity, and Thor, the second function deity, to back off. You bring gold to bribe. In these Norse traditions, for example, the warfare between the function is just going on and on and on, and everything is getting destroyed, and nobody's getting anywhere, and the war is going on. And finally, Odin gets fed up with this and takes the magic spear and throws this over the battle lines. And that's what I was referring to earlier, that the magic spear is thrown over the battle lines and everything stops. And this moment is a very important moment in these narratives, because according to these scholars, there's a very important point that's being made here. And what is it? None of the functions can win. Winning is losing. Tomorrow we're going to go into that a lot. Winning is losing. When one archetypal foundation wins, everybody loses. So it's intriguing to me here. So Odin gets fed up with the ongoing devastating cost of the warfare, and he throws the magic spear, and everything stops. And the point's being made. Come to, folks. I mean, we've got to not try to win here. And then, according to these scholars, what happens is that there is a movement to a new level of understanding at that point. This spear, this magic spear of Odin, the great function, first function god, is not aimed at anybody, is not aimed to hurt anyone. This spear is not to hurt anyone. It's not to defeat any function. It's simply to stop the mindless conflict until what you and I might say, a new kind of awareness is achieved. It's aimed, this sword is, this spear is aimed at stopping the mindless conflict, the fragmentation. So there is a sense in which, and we want to think about this tomorrow, there's a sense in which the moment where synthesis begins to be possible, it is a kind of, it's a magical act of great potency, but it's not a magical act against any function. It's not a magical act against the king, for example. It's not a magical act against the warrior. It's a different kind of thing. It's what you and I think, talk about tomorrow. I think it's achieving contemplation. When you move into that positive, transformative awareness, you're not into disrespecting your shadow. See? It's like letting go. There's a moment at which you move to a center point, some sort of quiet place, and you're not desperately struggling at that point to overcome your shadow. I think that's really the psychological implications of these narratives. It's very much what we talk about a lot. I'm just astounded. I'll sit there and I'll listen to Professor Miller talk about this stuff, and I am just amazed at how much relevance it has for psychodynamic functioning. And of course, he's not a psychoanalyst. He doesn't think about the implications of that. But that's an example. The magical act that is revealed in that casting of the magic spear over the battle lines is an act that allows a synthesis to begin forming, or you and I would say, allows the beginning of a real integration of these things and moving to a more cohesive level. Another thing which Dr. Miller pointed out to me is that these functions, when there begins to be integration, there seems to be a merging downward in the functions from the first function to second function, the third function. Now, you and I need to think about this and reflect on it psychologically. What could that conceivably mean? Well, what it means in the myth is, for example, Odin, who has been primarily first function, when the synthesis begins, Odin starts to be more active. Second function, doing, warrior, aggression, activity. So when this synthesis begins, Odin begins to move into the war area. And you start seeing Odin flesh out into the second function instead of simply being first function. Now think about the development of integration in the gods, see? And guess what? Thor, the second function god, instead of being solely occupied with warfare and aggression, starts to move into embodying himself in integrated society, the larger society. And interestingly enough, anticipating tomorrow, begins to be the god of integrated family life. Now, isn't that interesting? Aggression, shall we say, domestic violence, stops being split off as a function and starts to serve integrated family life. Not be violence, but as I would put it in my system of thought, becomes the capacity for healthy boundaries, without which adequate relationships are impossible. So these functions, the first function God begins to move into the second function areas, and in some cases begins to move further into the third function. Littleton believes that that Roman sort of quasi-historical tradition carries some of this, the relationships between the functions. He says in his book, if you haven't had a chance to read it, he says that Roman culture has a lot of ritual, and the mythology itself is not as elaborated. They have a lot of ritual, but less myth to go with it. But that they do have a lot of these legends, and one of them have to do with the relationships between the Romans and the Sabine, the Sabine, the Sabine. Is that the right pronunciation? That Sabine people. And according to Littleton, the Romans and the Sabines are in conflict and having a war. And the Romans represent the first and second functions, and the Sabines represent the third function. And the Sabines have the riches. Third function, they have the riches. And they are the ones that make with their riches a golden bribe of the Romans. And they point out that in this story, the Romans began to pray to the gods of the Sabines. Now think about that. See, if you are of one function, you begin to pray to the gods of another function. There's the beginning of an integration. See, because when you got splitting, you're only praying to one god. So you're one or two gods. We'll think about, it's like saying, as we'll say tomorrow, if you put libido into only one of the quarters, you're not making offerings to the others. When integration begins to occur, you start making offerings to all the functions, to all the energies. And so in this story, the Romans begin to pray to the gods of the Sabines to come out and join us. And so this blurring of the differentiations, the moving across the lines of the functions, enable peace between the Sabines who have the riches and the Romans who have the force. And it's really fun to think about, life, what life is like if you don't have lover and erotic energies in your life. You got force, you got power, but no love. See? Or, as I pointed out many times before, if you have erotic energy, but no sovereignty and no warrior energy, you sink in your own libido, which gets me to the issue of punishment in the different functions. They point out that human sacrifice, apparently, and I would argue probably capital punishment, the foundations of capital punishment, were parsed out according to the functions. Which function did you transgress? And this is interesting for thinking about some of the archaeological discoveries that have been made about bodies being found in different places. But it turns out that transgressions of the sovereignty function were often punished by hanging. Transgressions of the warrior function were often punished by burning. And I would suggest, in addition to that, probably also being drawn and quartered with swords. And what do you think about the transgressions of the third function? How would you be killed if you transgressed the third function? Got any idea? You know. Excessive circumcision. That's pretty good. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's there too. But what they do is drown you. And so, they've had all these archaeological digs where they have found bodies, lots of bodies at the bottoms of bogs in Europe. Intact bodies. They weren't broken, It might be related to the same. Being buried. So anyway, there's all this incredibly elaborate symbolism around, and which probably has found its way down throughout European tradition in terms of so-called crime and punishment. I mean, that are related to these old traditions that we're not aware of. So in any case, the this whole idea of the interfunctional warfare is key in this whole area of studies. And the thing that fascinates me is that that they're quite clear that that's not a good place to be. That having interfunctional warfare is really the subnormative, and that the goal is to try to get beyond that to some sort of integration so that there can be a society, so that there can be a world. Now remember, these people are not doing psychology, but tomorrow we'll get into what I would say, so there can be a self, getting past the interfunctional warfare. So let me open it up there to comments and reflections on interfunctional warfare. Anything else come to your mind about this whole idea of interfunctional warfare, where you may see it in society, and you can
balance of all your energies.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And how do we teach that to society?
Right. The whole idea that that there are fundamental forces which have a divine ground. See, these people are saying that these things have divine grounds. There is a god or a goddess or both, or groups that support each function. They're that fundamental. But it's very interesting. You got to be able to submit. You cannot lord it over the other functions, even if you're divine. See, even if you're divine, you cannot lord it over the other functions. Yes, Bill.
Came to mind about the Romans is Roman cavalry adopted Celtic goddess the goddess of horses and ponies and fertility, and basically brought her back to Rome. The same thing happened with Isis, the Egyptian goddess. There's a huge Roman cult on Isis. So you see, I think this is good examples of reaching out towards those other functions where there wasn't.
And what would you think Bill is pointing out about Roman reaching out to other deities which were not warlike? And what are you suggesting there now about the Roman kind of awareness? Yes. Yeah. Romans, Mars was extremely powerful in Roman culture. And it can be argued that in Roman culture, Mars was having a pretty good time in the War of the Functions. That is, if you think about how much of the energy of Rome went into military expenditure and military excursions and so on. And then Bill is saying that there's evidence that the soldiers themselves were reaching out to worship deities that represented something else other than martial pursuits, warlike pursuits. I think that's an interesting comment. They knew something needed balancing. Very interesting. Yes, go ahead.
Thinking of a rather large and incredibly involved piece of Greek mythology, the golden apple of the Trojan War and the events that happen when the war is over, beginning with a contest between Hera representing the sovereignty and Athena the force and Aphrodite the goddess of love. Fertility, again, being the one that wins the contest and setting off the Trojan War.
Yes.
With an incredibly high number of deaths and chaos and all this matricide and all these things.
Yes.
Until, interestingly enough, it's Athena that comes in at the end of this set of related stories that puts an end to all of the revenge, the one-on-one kind of stuff.
Yes.
That says we need to think of this in a societal way.
Yes.
And difficulties should be resolved with trial measure.
Yes.
Suddenly we're out of this interfunctional war and into a higher level where a more impersonal forces looking at these
Yes.
and making decisions better than Paris did when he was asked to give the golden apple to just one.
Okay, go over that story again, because I think we need to have that story. Just tell it one more time in more narrative form, because according to Scott Littleton, that story, he really believes that story about the Trojan War is a clear expression of this tripartite system, the War of the Functions, and insights that we need to have about what happens when one function wins. So we just go over that briefly again about the Trojan War, about how it started in relationship to this thing between the three goddesses.
The three goddesses are debating which one is the superior of three, and they ask Paris, who is a prince of Troy, to make the decision. And there's he's to give a golden apple to the one of the three
that wins. See,
and they do lobbying. Hera promises him kingship if she is chosen. Athena promises him the life of a great warrior if she is chosen, and Aphrodite promises him Helen.
So we got it clear which one we choose.
Yeah, he thinks with his groin, and he goes for Helen, and that she's unfortunately married to somebody else, and that sets off the Trojan War.
Just a small detail. Wouldn't bother some other political figures we know. He's just telling the story of Helen of Troy and Paris and the struggle between Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. And anticipating tomorrow, all these functions, or all these as I like to say, archetypal energies, or forms of libido, if we want to get technical. All these forms of libido are necessary and cannot be demonized. But I would be remiss if I did not say, along with this story, that when the third function overcomes, chaos ensues. I mean, I think that it's clear that when we need to think tomorrow, what happens when each function overcomes? And think about the forms that it takes, and give examples of it. Say when sovereignty overcomes, or a particular aspect of sovereignty, or when force overcomes. We think about the Mideast or Northern Ireland, and so on. But in this story that William is telling us, Aphrodite is given the golden apple, and all hell breaks loose. And it's not until Athena, get that now, Athena, get that, here's this goddess that has been associated with the second function. But when she becomes the mediatrix, the representative of whole, synthesis, she has moved to a new level of wholeness as a goddess. She's no longer just a representative of the second function. If she were, she would be promoting more war. But she has begun to be the more the queen of heaven. It's very interesting. Once Athena fills out, she's no longer a second function goddess. See, she's embodying other functions as well. Yeah.
And also maybe looking at the attributes of Aphrodite, or what we attribute to the important piece that we project our wars onto the archetypes, and that doesn't hold. Aphrodite has absolutely no conscience about promising another man's wife.
That's right.
Your definition of love is different.
That's right. That's right.
But in her highest form, she's Sophia.
Exactly. And see, there again, you've got the expressions of the gods and goddesses on that continuum between when they represent a function and when they move toward more synthesis. Just like our personality, as we'll see tomorrow, when it tends to be possessed by one function or two, and when it moves on toward more integration. So that's an interesting point. I mean, I'm glad that you told that story because Littleton makes a lot of that. He really believes that that story is really uh, a really good example of the tripartite function theory. Other reflections, yes, Steve.
I'm trying to figure out now in Dumézil, is he sort of going towards saying that this number one sovereignty comes online first, or is that simply not thought of?
I don't think Steve's asking if Dumézil thinks that the number one function comes online first. I think if you look at the way in which there's this tension between first and second function and third functions, that's a subtle issue. What is pointed out in this literature so far, I mean, it's going to be interesting to look and see as we get to know this stuff better, see what else is lifted up. But they point out not what comes first, but what comes last. What gets integrated last? It's the third function that gets integrated last. And this is part of they think this is part of the ideology of caste system in India. That if you come in first, you're at a higher status, and that would be the assumption you're suggesting there, that the Brahmin caste, they're first in terms of moral order. The Kshatriyas are second, warriors second, Vaishyas are down the list, and of course the Sudras, they wait on everybody. They're not even in caste. Don't forget, I want us to talk about that tomorrow and think about the servant class that's not even in caste. And think about the untouchables and think about what I think may be a perversion of their understanding of the king. It's like we need to think about could there be untouchable class if the king thing was functioning right? It's harder to regulate your passions. It's harder. Look at addictions. Addictions are a third function problem. And they very likely are the last thing to come into integration. I just want to put that on the table for us to think about and discuss tomorrow, because I have thought and I'm taught that way about the lover archetype. But I did not know about this thing about the third function being last. But I can see what they say about this being caste ideology. But there may be a psychological truth underneath that. And simply being that appetites are hard to bring into integration, so they serve life instead of destroying life. So that's an interesting thing to think about in terms of the order of integration. And we'll go over this tomorrow. Of course, the royal stuff is the image of integration. Why shouldn't it be integrated first? And if a personality has no royal energy, I will guarantee you it will not be integrated. Now, if it's not balanced, there will be very little integration either. But if there is no royal energy in the person or the society, there won't be any integration. You think about the Mideast, there is so little royal energy in the Mideast. You got primarily second function energy going in the Mideast. It's all force. They can't even be, in the Mideast, they can't even be really interested in fertility. I have friends who own land in the West Bank, in Palestine. And, there is so little energy going into development and cultivation of economic things there that the second function forces have no opposition, because it seems so far between the situation that stands now and having really a vibrant economy, which would be a third function, that the third function has not even got a chance right now, any more than the first function has. It's just intriguing. Other reflections or comments? We still got some time. Yes.
it's a question that I have. Punishment according to the different functions.
According to the and I think it, yeah. What function you transgressed?
Different in a matriarchal or patriarchal.
Yeah, that'd be an empirical question, and there's probably a lot of information on it. I don't know the answer to that, but some people probably do. We'll just have to chase down the research sources. And my guess is that certainly these cultures that we're looking at under Indo-European, they tend to be very patriarchal. And as you pointed out, they succeeded what Ewart Cousins calls the religions of the pre-axial period, which were much more matriarchal and nature-oriented. But that's a good question. We should try to find that out. I just think it's interesting, that crucifixion as a form of execution in the Roman Empire for Christians, particularly, but others too. But you can see hanging them up on a tree or an artificial tree. You say this person was not respecting the right sovereignty, and so the Romans considered Christians atheists because they did not sacrifice to the Roman gods. So that's very interesting. I don't know whether that's where that comes from, but I wouldn't be surprised that it does. Yes.
To hear what you think about China, where they are on this. Because
yeah, right.
I'm in contact with a lot of Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chinese people are in graduate school at Northwestern.
Mm-hmm.
And they said to get into graduate school, they have to memorize Confucius.
Mm.
Well, Confucius is fascinating. He's all together. Now, I don't think the Chinese are all together.
No. Well, that's an intriguing question, to look at China and Chinese society and think about sovereignty issues and whether or not sovereignty there is sufficiently dual or whether it's not tyrannical. And that strikes me as, and we'll get into that a lot more tomorrow, as long as sovereignty is not balanced, if they're not checks and balances, then you get tyranny. And it's very interesting in Russia, they thought they were going to get rid of tyrannical sovereignty. So they killed the Tsar and his family. But, they didn't get rid of tyrannical sovereignty. And so it's an incredible thing. One of the things I'm really fascinated by, and I can't wait to ask these people that know a lot about this, have any of you, speaking to these scholars, have any of you thought about the way all of these dynamics are influenced by the development of democratic ideas? Has anyone written on that? What happens to the concept of sovereignty? And do you actually see it developing along these lines? And would it not be possible to view the development of democratic processes as a further elaboration of dual sovereignty? That is to say, where you have a judiciary that really challenges the executive. And when you have countries where the judiciary is in the pocket of the executive, of course, you don't have dual sovereignty. In a sense, you don't really have a balance. So there are all kinds of interesting questions that you can think about. In fact, this is where I'm indebted to John Weir Perry, in his book, The Heart of History, where he is reflecting on the movement from absolute monarchy to democracy. And I think it's relevant for looking at this tradition and see if anyone has ever written about watching these things change or watching sovereignty change in Western Europe as democratic ideas developed. It'd be fascinating to know that. Other reflections or wanderings. before we call it a day. Yes, Bob. Yes, I wondered about that. That's a good point, Bob. Bob is raising the question about the way in which these scholars and these traditions associate gold with third function and not first function. That's really interesting because a lot of the time we associate, gold with kingship. So that's an interesting thing. That would be an interesting issue to pursue with them and say, well, why is that associated not with the royal productivity of wealth? Because in sacred kingship, the king is really tied to productivity, and as the source. If wealth for the people does not manifest, they often kill the king. So in any case, that's a really good question. I really think that the issue of gold there is more representative of this whole issue of bribe and of appealing to appetites. And so I think that is more critical than the real issue of wealth. See, if you, for example, if you're dominated by the third function, you won't keep any money. It'll be spent on cocaine or consumer goods or something. There won't be any accumulated wealth. And if it's totally that, if it's totally third function. So that's a really fascinating question and would be one for more pursuit. See what they would say about that. Yes, Bill.
The very first graves in Europe where there was wealth buried with
bodies
chief or leader was in the Proto-Indo-European incursions into Europe, where graves with gold and daggers and animal sacrifices began to appear. And so the bribe is probably a symbolic representation that the cultivators are, in a sense, giving
tribute.
They give tribute to these leaders, and then they were indeed very, very wealthy individuals.
Right.
The Proto-Indo-European chieftains are very wealthy.
Yes.
Gold. You're right, that's where the gold is, but the gold is coming from that the cultivators and the basic lower level of the strata.
And that's for us to think about tomorrow, see, in terms of this whole issue of appropriate sovereignty, because in human history, sovereignty has been used to exploit the producers. And so what is really fun to think about is this whole development about some moral theory of sovereignty. And if you bring in religious traditions, for example, liberation theology with regard to what true kingship is, or what I've written about servant leadership and the true king, it's like true sovereignty would not use sovereignty to simply exploit those who are producers and gather all the gold for your grave. But I think that's where we get into the whole issue of a moral psychology of maturation, which human beings have not done well on. Certainly leaders have honored responsible sovereignty most often in the breach and not by modeling it. But in this tradition, what fascinates me with regard to that, and what needs a lot of research and publishing, and I'm sure it's been published in French already, unfortunately for me because I do not read French well. But what intrigues me is how many developed moral ideas about limitation of power existed in these cultures, and how they had a sense of the spirituality of power, and what it would really mean to be a good king. As I was saying earlier, what would the good king would remember that he was not God, but was responsible to God. The good king would not use his political power to do murder. The good king would not use his political power to impose himself sexually on people that don't have power. Now, those were moral ideas of kingship that were existent in this very, very early time. But if you look at the way leaders tend to function on these matters, even in democratic societies, they tend to exploit those without much political power and impose their power. But anyway, that's grist for our mill for tomorrow. I mean, I think that the interesting thing is not so much that they weren't Democrats. The interesting thing was that the moral and spiritual thinking about power and balancing power and not having it be totally dominating and tyrannical was as advanced as it was. It's intriguing to me. Any other thoughts or reflections? Okay, let me review quickly. Remember, we are not making any claim here that Dumézil is a Jungian or a structuralist even. I disagree with those that kind of want to use that word to describe him. He thinks he's doing a regional thing with a particular historical family of tribes and so on, and coming up with a way of understanding a particular ideology that, in his view, applies to Proto-Indo-European culture and their derivatives. But in so doing, he has given rise, through his own work, again, only about 10% of which is translated in English, of an enormous body of study of specific gods and goddesses in specific cultures and comparing them. And not only that, there have been a number of outstanding scholars, some of which I brought to show you here in these edited books, who have carried this work forward, arguing against him, trying to say no, this applies to other peoples as well as Indo-Europeans, or they're really 4 functions instead of 3, and so on. But my point being, in bringing this, that there is in this particular so-called new comparative mythology now, 40 plus years old, at least, much longer than that actually, if you start with Dumézil's early work. But there's this vast body of scholarship which has got rich, carefully done phenomenology and historical studies that are relevant for Jungian archetypal research, and that alone is a tremendous contribution to getting us beyond what we saw earlier, Campbell, Eliade, and Bolin and others, in terms of the carefulness with which different gods and goddesses are associated with archetypal energies. So that alone is worth a lot of attention as we try to carry this project forward. Tomorrow, however, I'm going to summarize briefly what I think the structures of psyche are, and then we can plot these Dumézilian schemas onto that and see what questions come to our mind. And my assignment for you in your spare time between now and in the morning is to do more thinking about this whole issue about the war of the functions in personality, families, society today, and to come with some reflections on how that kind of theoretical and conceptual issue can help us understand fragmentation, and particularly the psychoanalytic concept of splitting, which is so key in recent thought. So that's your assignment, and I will see all of you at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll go from 10 to 1 straight through. We'll take a couple of short breaks, but we'll work on the psychology of this. So I'll stay around a few minutes. Thank you for bearing with me, and again, thank you so much for taking the time to give me an opportunity to talk with folk about this research, because you can't just walk up to somebody and say, "Could we talk about Dumézil?" You have to have an opportunity. Yes, well, you responded to my invitation to do so, and I'm deeply indebted. Today we are going to work from 10 to 1, and we'll take 2 very short breaks, one at around 11 and one at 12. We have, as I see it, sort of 3 tasks that fit those three time periods. First is just a summary overview of the structural psychoanalysis that I've been working on, so that you can get a little sense about. I said in the description of this course that it would be a response to Dumézil's work from a Jungian structural psychoanalysis, from a position that I've been working on for around 30 years now. And so the first thing we'll do is just many of you could teach this, you've studied this before, and so we won't belabor a lot of the details, but we'll do a review of the structural characteristics that I believe are the foundations of the human self. And we will begin with that. And then secondly, we will look at the similarities and differences between Dumézil's and that particular, the research of the new comparative mythology, similarities and differences between that and this structural psychoanalysis, and do some reflection on what the implications there may be of bringing these different, as we say in phenomenology, these different horizons together, to linking these horizons for just clarification of what the issues may be that we need to be concerned about, thinking about. And then third, to work together on thinking about implications of this work and also directions for further research. That is, what else needs to be researched? What do we need to know to continue developing more insight, clarification, and insight on these issues. So we'll begin with just this overview, and then we'll turn to comparing and contrasting the structural psychoanalysis I present to Dumézil's approach, and see the substantial, radical actually differences in assumptions, and but interesting similarities with regard to phenomenology and evidence data. So let's get started here. Materials on this work are available through the Jung Institute. There's a great deal of material available through the audio tape lectures of the Jung Institute. We are now in the process of updating the list of tapes and books of my work that are available. We'll be publishing a new updated brochure on that material very soon. There are a number of books now, the advanced books on the King Within, the Warrior Within, the Magician Within, the Lover Within, which are currently out of print. Efforts are being made now to get those back into print. I'm also preparing to publish the original lectures on these different archetypes that are available now in audio tape form, but a lot of people have asked me to try to get them into print form. So we're trying to prepare those lectures for publication in a print format, and that should be done before too long. But in any case, there are a lot of lectures on myth and psyche that are available, and on these structural dimensions of the psyche. I have been giving a series, many of you have been a part of it, but I've been trying to do a lot more focus on the collective unconscious and the deep structures in a series here, and have continued that. Not long ago, I did a series on the structure of the self and psychopathology from this point of view. I believe those tapes are ready now. I also did a series on archetypal dimensions of the collective unconscious that are not a part of this self structure. That is, people have wrongly accused me of thinking that these are the only archetypes in the unconscious. They simply don't know what they're talking about. I have never suggested that at all, and recently gave a
series of lectures on aspects of the collective unconscious that are not the fundamental deep structures of the self, and discussed, among other things, spirit complexes in the unconscious. One of Jung's key concepts that's been neglected. And more recently, as some of you know, I did a series of lectures on idealization and evil, which focused on the way in which these different structures give rise to different forms of idealization, which are giving away one's inherent self potentials to other people in projections, and losing power and integrity in doing so. I've also here and other places given a series of lectures on the way in which these archetypal structures affect couple relationships. The series of tapes called The Four Couples Within, or an analysis of the way in which couple relationships, and actually, in fact, any intimate relationships, friendships, and so on, can be structured by these archetypal energies, are structured. So there's a lot of material, and it's available for those that want to study this. I'm also making plans in the next few years to start doing more systematic instruction for persons that have more than a passing interest in this material at a more advanced level. So, but today we just want to go over the basic assumptions and just give that as a frame to frame some of this Dumézil research. I did not know about any kind of geometrical model of the self when I started all this stuff out. About 30 years ago, I was studying I wanted to be the great scholar who wrote the Jungian interpretation of the occult, following Jung's work. And so I was doing all this field work on esoteric religious and spiritual traditions, and began to realize that the magician archetype was an integrated system, that it combined a ritual elder, the archetype of initiation, and sacred space, and a concept of sacred space, and that those three things together were linked structurally in the psyche, and that when you speak of magical functioning or magical process or ritual process, those three things are always present in some deep way. And so I started out in a way, I was amused by this. You know, they talk about the potential ordering of the functions. The first function, magical, I started with. Then, thanks to John Perry, I picked up the idea that in these transformation processes, king images are important. If you have not looked at John Perry's work, Roots of Renewal in Myth and Madness, and the book that I republished in the Jungian Spirituality series called Lord of the Four Quarters, his book, John Perry's book, Lord of the Four Quarters. If you have not looked at those, look at those. That's where I got my sense of the importance of the king in transformative processes, king and queen. And then began to realize that everywhere I looked in symbolism, there was always a knight who supported the king and queen. Chieftains always had their warriors. So I began to wonder about that. And then it dawned on me that Freud had always talked about the importance of aggression as a fundamental psychological issue. And just as the third function in Dumézil is the last to be integrated, the first time I taught this material at the Jung Institute, it was entitled King, Warrior, Magician. And you know, it took me a little while to realize that Freud also said that it's love and aggression and tension. So I thought, okay, so that's the troubadour. The lover is also one of these archetypal structures. I had no idea of any kind of dialectical tensions between them at that time, except just the barest beginnings. And I certainly had no sense of them being organized in that octahedral structure, such as we see in ion. But gradually, as I worked with this material over the years, it began to dawn on me that there's much more structural issues here than I had thought, and that clearly the king archetype and queen archetype are in tension, a dynamic dialectical tension with the magician aspect of the psyche. And I'll talk about why that is in a minute. And then I realized that Freud had actually been right when he was focusing on the importance of the tension between eros and aggression. That actually is a tension in the psyche. And so I began to focus more on these structural tensions and to reflect a lot more about the implications of that. And so these diagrams that you have, as I say, they were published in a book called Healing and the Healer, edited by George Cairns, C-A-I-R-N-S. This is the latest sort of declension of my understanding of what the codes, the coding is in the unconscious for these basic structural elements of the self. So in short, and I won't go into all of the reasons why I came to these conclusions, but let me just summarize. There are four developmental lines, in my view, in the psyche, not one, as some theorists have thought, not two. Kohut says, well, there's the object relations line of development, which leads to the capacity to love, and then Kohut said there is a narcissistic line of development that leads to healthy self-esteem and healthy narcissism, healthy capacity to value the self. In my view, the thing he's talking about there is the lover developmental line, which has to do with affiliation and relationship. That would be the object relations line. And the line having to do with self-esteem would be the royal line, what I call the royal line of development, characterized by the mythic image of the king and the queen. So those are two developmental lines. But I also add that there's a developmental line for aggression. Aggression is not simply a disintegration product like the self-psychologists think. In other words, aggression is instinctual. It's an instinctual given. It is something that is not to be expunged from the psyche. It is something which is to be matured so that it can serve, the self, the community, the world. There have been many, Adler was clear about that. That's where he and Freud split. And so rather than reducing aggression to a failure, in my view, it is a separate developmental line. You have to learn to regulate your aggression. Just like you have to learn to regulate your erotic life, you have to learn to regulate your narcissistic life, your sense of independence. You have to regulate your aggression, not get rid of it. You have to regulate it. And fourthly, there's a developmental line for cognition, and I suggest that you look at the cognitive psychologies here, and if you're interested in structural dimensions, look at Piaget. That there's a developmental line for cognitive functioning, from immature, very, very dysfunctional cognition to a very mature, integrated, life-giving cognition. So 4 developmental lines. Now, in previous lectures, I've emphasized the way in which Jung was interested in the quadrated psyche for the reasons that we talked about earlier yesterday. Jung, when he noticed that almost every people in the world, when they drew a mythic image of the world, they quadrated it. It was in 4 quarters. And Jung, having a very, very unique approach to mythic images, didn't just say, oh, isn't that quaint? I don't know whether you realize this, but there is a society, a scholarly society which is devoted to the study of archaic cosmologies, that is, ancient worldviews. And all they do is get together and compare notes on their findings about ancient worldviews. Well, that's fascinating. Certainly it would be fascinating to Jung and to me. But for Jung and for me, it's not fascinating just because it's historically interesting. It's fascinating because Jung and I both believe that that projection of that image of quadration tells us something about the deep structures in the unconscious. And so when Jung and I look at the quadrated world in China, or the quadrated world in the Hebrew images of paradise, the four rivers of paradise, or the four sacred mountains of the Navajo, or the four faces of God of the Hindus, or the four gates to Shambhala in Tibetan Buddhism. We don't just see interesting historical artifacts, we say that's the self. In fact, in my view, if you see a Tibetan monk doing a sand painting of Shambhala, you're looking at a projection of the deep structures of the self. And so from Jung, in my point of view, the question of whether or not the self is fourfold is not in doubt. The basic structure there is not in doubt, the fourfoldness. Jung also noted, though, there was a double, that was the quaternio in Jung's work. Look in the collected works under volume 20 and look under quaternio, the enormous information he's got about this fourfoldness. He also has double quaternio, which is the eightfoldness. And he was interested in what is the eight, because all of these traditions focus on eight, and that octahedron thing in ion picks up the issue of the eight. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But in any case, so the issue is not, is it quadrated? The issue is, what does that represent? What instinctual energies does that represent? Jung worked and worked and worked on that and came to the conclusion it was typology, sensation, intuition, thinking, and feeling. I think he was wrong about that. And I think Tony Wolff thought he was wrong about that. Because here let me plot. I think intuition and thinking are in the magician sector. I think sensation and feeling are in the lover sector. Jung's approach leaves out royal energies in terms of their fundamental instinctual dimension, and also warrior energies. That is to say, he never dealt adequately with those archetypal dimensions in his work. And so Tony Wolff, when she came at this, she said, no, there are four structural forms and of the feminine. She said there is the mother, which corresponds to the archetype of the queen. There is the medial woman, which corresponds to the archetype of the female magician. There is the hetera, companion, which corresponds to the female lover. And there's the Amazon, which corresponds to the female warrior. So I realized years later that actually Tony Wolff had seen what I have seen first. She saw it first. And I have a fantasy I like to say to people that somewhere in an attic in Zurich is a manuscript where Tony Wolff laid all this stuff out, because she would have automatically raised the question, if there are four structural forms in the feminine, there must be four structural forms in the masculine. What are they? Turns out that I later also found out that Edward Whitmont, in his book, The Symbolic Quest, does a very short overview of, in fact, picking up on Tony Wolff's work and applying that to the male psyche too. So the line in terms of my development in Jungian theory runs from Jung to Tony Wolff to Edward Whitmont to my work in terms of the focus on structures, deep structures, and what those structures are, what energies they represent. Again, Tony Wolff, I think, in a way similar to Dumézil, did not understand what is in dialectical tension with what, and yet she knew that they were structural forms in the psyche.
But in any case, so what do these things do? The king and queen images represent what I call a royal developmental line. It has to do with centering, capacity to be centered, not give your power away. It has to do with the capacity to have a vision for what you want to create and build. In other words, it's your own inner archetypal capacity for wishcraft. There's that little book you may have seen, Wishcraft. If you've got a problem in the royal sector of your psyche, you need to get that little wishcraft book and start trying to explore what it is you want. If you're weak in this royal sector of the psyche, you don't have a vision. You're dependent on other people's visions. And also, therefore, you're not eager to build anything because you haven't thought about what it is you want to build or what needs to be built. You don't have a Camelot blueprint for yourself. Also, this is the sector that has to do with the capacity, the mature capacity for nurturance. That is to say, the capacity really to be concerned about things beyond the self. It's what we call in psychoanalysis today generativity is grounded in this developmental line. The line, in that royal line, the movement goes from narcissism, pathological narcissism, I'm the divine child, you're supposed to come worship me, to the good shepherd, to the Lord of blessing, or the Lady of blessing. So the movement from pathological narcissism to the capacity to mentor and bless and be invested in those who no one else cares about. Remind me a little bit later when I'm reflecting on the Dumézilian stuff and the caste system and so forth to comment on that. It's very interesting to think about untouchables and outcasts in the light of immature kingship, immature queenship, see. But in any case, so you got centering, capacity to claim one's own power and authority, your authority, your voice, your authority. If the royal thing is not consolidated, and unfortunately, obviously, it's not very consolidated in a very large percentage of people, or we wouldn't be in such a mess. Then you don't have your own voice, your own authority. You give away your power. You idealize, as we said in the last workshop, you idealize others. You give away your power. You're naive. You're easily victimized. You don't feel that you have the power to stand for anything, really. It is the capacity to nurture, to mentor, to bless. It is the capacity to envision a cosmos, the mythic concept of cosmos, a world of shalom, justice, and peace. Look around you and think about how many people really put any libido into envisioning the way the world might be. You know, the Kennedys are tragic figures, but they had a sense for that rhetoric about what might be, particularly Robert Kennedy, who I admired. You know, that thing about looking and thinking about how things might be. And that lovely Kennedy thing, we can do better. We can do better. That is royal stuff, and honored today mostly in the breach. So anyway, the line for aggression has to do with capacity to become focused, to become disciplined, to actually get clear about a mission rather than all missions. You know, if you really developed in this line, you don't jump on the horse and ride off in all directions. You jump on the horse and ride off in a direction. That is to say, you get clear about the importance of your work. This is about work. This is the doer in the psyche, not the reflector or the experiencer or the mentor the passive mentor. This is the doer. And, in the New Age, there's a sort of a privileging of being over doing. Well, there's no question that being is important. That's that royal thing. That's the creation. But there's also the active mode. Classical Jungians tend to depreciate that as being extroverted. And actually that's a flaw in classical Jungian thinking. If one does not have the capacity to invest in the world and to engage in sacrificial action in the world, then one has got some development to do. So the warrior line also has to do with boundary formation, appropriate boundary formation, the capacity to know when I stop and they start. And it's also the capacity to know that you are not nice, you are dangerous. Anybody that thinks they are nice has not got an initiation in this line. The problem with not having this, you can just see this recent public events. You see, there are a lot of victims in these recent public events. And, but there's a lot of aggression on all sides in that business. One of the hard things in relationships is how much aggression is involved in erotic relationships. Now, Jung didn't bring that up. Freud brought that up, and Freud was right about it. The sadomasochistic dimensions in intimate relationships. So if the warrior thing is not developed, then one does not know how one is harming others, because one cannot imagine being harmful, either by commission or omission. And if this line is not developed, then you will be unable to set limits on people who are unconscious and abusive. There are many persons who, when being abused in relationships, cannot say, not in a rageful way, but just in a firm, clear way, this is abusive. It's not right. It has to stop. And mean it. And so this line is extremely important. The other thing that is very important about is the capacity to have a feeling for limits. Limited resources, limited time. It is the capacity to exist in linear time. One of the worst things in the world for me, and I struggle with all the time, my grandiosity tells me, oh, that'll not take so long. And I find that as I come banging up against reality, the rule is it always takes longer than I thought. So this linear time is a warrior kind of phenomenon. And the understanding that if I jump in the car and I'm going to go X location, it's going to take a certain amount of time under the best circumstances. And also, if I'm not in my grandiosity, I will realize that I also may have a flat. I also may get involved in traffic related to an accident and so forth. And I am limited by the external circumstances, not just by my wish to be there in 20 minutes. And so this capacity to be able to experience limits is a warrior capacity. And people who take inordinate risk and procrastinate and do not give themselves adequate leeway and do not ask the question, do I have adequate resources for this task? They have not integrated this in this line of development. And it goes on and on. There's all kinds of interesting things that particular energy does. And the lectures on the warrior would then not go into those. Anyway, the magician line, this is the line that has to do with transformation, really.
It is the line that has to do with death and rebirth. And so when you look in Jung's work and you hear all that stuff about death and rebirth in the archetypes and the collective unconscious and so forth in his volume, that is the sector of the magician archetype. When he speaks of the wise old man or the any discussions of spirit guides, those things are in this sector. It has to do with the capacity to detach from a naive attachment to one's world. And this is where Buddhists have majored. I mean, the Buddhists have got this thing down. They've turned this into a fine art, you know, detachment. The power of the healing power of detachment. You know, sometimes they run it in the ground. I mean, it's like it's an important movement in transformation, detachment. You got to be able to pull yourself out and look at the patterns. So the word contemplation has to do with being able to get up, reflect upon the geography, and locate yourself. And this is what, for example, addicts have a hard time doing. They can't detach from their compulsive patterns enough to say, "Oh my God, look at this," or people that have a sexual addiction, don't learn from the pattern because they're not really reflecting on it, and they have not got a sense enough about how much they're at the mercy of it. So this capacity to detach, reflect, contemplate, to in effect die to the old world, the old naive world, and be reborn into a new level of maturity and awareness and responsibility. That is in this magician sector. And so you've got a line that goes from manipulative exploitation of knowledge in a very narcissistic and immature way, which is sort of the rule in our country now, to a mature stewardship of knowledge in a way that's characterized by what's been called wisdom, or knowledge used to help you be prudent. That is to say, a knowledge which is a transformative knowledge. And so the line moves from mere knowledge used to manipulate, call it Madison Avenue, to knowledge used wisely for healing and transformation, which is at the center of any true education in the humanities. Excuse me? It seldom happens, and a comment by our professor here that unfortunately in higher education today there's much less sense of what humanities are supposed to be about. And that's just a mark of the increasing cynicism and nihilism in our society. The fact that the universities are rapidly becoming, places full of despair and depression because there's so little serious attention to wisdom. And I would add to that, one of the chief places where it's hard to find any wisdom is in philosophy departments. Because I'm not speaking out of turn. I used to be a philosophy professor before I became an analyst. So in any case, but anyway, the whole vision of the fascination with the image of the shaman is really sort of, in my view, a primordial intuition that knowledge ought to be used for healing. That there's a direct tie between those two. Healing and liberation. And then finally, this developmental line of the lover has to do with a movement from being flooded by instinctual energies having to do with attachment, abandonment, fears. As you'll look down there on that second page where we plot the pathologies, the line having to do with the lover is about learning to be healthily dependent, but getting beyond being pathologically dependent. And as we remember when we were talking about that in the course on idealization, pathological dependency always has to do with a kind of idealization, a giving away of one's own center. So this capacity to be in the body, and here the lover line of development has to do with this is to be here now. I mean, the warrior is the doer. The lover is the beer, in the sense of just the sheer sense of presence, the sheer sense of being in the body, being at one with the world. You know, you see this a lot in these spiritualities which focus on getting blissed out. You know, I mean, really experiencing your oneness with everything, even God. Rumi, if you really want to get a sense for the lover, just read the poetry of Rumi, the great Sufi mystic, the greatest probably of the lover mystics. The celebration of the smallest puff of experience, you know, the celebration of just the sheer joy of being who you are at any moment. Joy not meaning that you're not experiencing pain or grief or any of those are problems in life. Joy is in if you're looking at this is what comes when this lover line is really developed. The capacity to experience joy, which is not happiness. It's an incredible sense of the celebration of life, and not just the celebration of organic life for our geologist here. I mean, it is a sense of the celebration of being, the celebration of the beauty of all of this being. And for this lover, read William Blake's poetry. I mean, for this lover thing in you, when that thing is really present and humming in you, it's like, suddenly you're able to see through Eliade's eyes, and suddenly everything becomes a manifestation of the sacred. Whatever is an epiphany. And in literature, there's this wonderful word which they use to try to describe this, radiance. And so this lover line has to do with the capacity really to experience this incredible radiance of all things. And there's a kind of timeless quality about that. That's eternity. There's a timeless quality to that. And this is, as I said before, this is that kind of mysticism which really senses the divinity in the human. Let's put it this way. You're not really idealizing, when you're really at a high level of development of this, you're not really idealizing the other so much. You have a sense of oneness, and everything is radiant. So anyway, that is a movement from addiction and pathological dependency being pushed about by one's biological needs to kind of a Rumi talks about looking at the mountain, and before your eyes it starts to turn to ruby. And that's what he's talking about, the radiance. So anyway, so these energies begin in very shadowy places, and as they become more integrated, moving toward the center, I finally realized that, that Mayan pyramid that has the temple on top is probably the most adequate image of this whole process that we have, because, and like on your dollar bill, you look at that eye at the top of the pyramid, that is really a representation. We could draw that eye right here. That is looking down at the top of the Mayan pyramid. So real illumination and integration come at that place where these energies begin to dance together, and they don't seem so far apart. And people will notice that a person that is a very, very highly developed royal energy looks very much like a highly developed magician energy, which looks very much like a highly developed warrior energy, which looks very much like a highly developed lover energy. And that's where you get into these issues of the synthesis of these energies, the synthetic gods, so to speak. So if you look at that second sheet there, in the course of my research, I began to be aware that mythic geographies are divided. If you study mythic geographies, they're divided into 4 of these different spaces. The images of the cosmos, the city, the palace, the imagery of the garden in literature. That's one of the most fascinating topics. If I had time, I would do a whole thing on the imagery, the mythic imagery of the garden, but other people have done it, and you can look at their work on that. The vessel or cauldron of the magician, the womb of the tomb of the womb, the belly of the beast, so on. Transformative space, in other words. And the field of struggle, the image of Armageddon as a space, the space of conflict. So each of these spaces are very distinct spaces, and when you study the human experience of space and you study the human experience of time, you will find that these are very discrete experiences of space and time. And some of the further research that needs to be done on this is to get much more descriptive about these so as to help people begin to be more aware of what space they're living in. One of the interesting things I found was that the Chinese emperor had a quadrated palace, and it was required to live in each quadrant of it a certain period each year, and would in effect circumambulate the palace in the course of the year. I take that to be a sort of an unconscious acting out of the task that we all have. That is, to be able to occupy the different spaces in our psyches in a regular and full way, what I like to call dancing the 4 quarters, or being able to claim all the spaces in the mansions of the self. So in any case, the optimum integration gets beyond the potential splitting of these energies. That is to say, these are building blocks. These are, in effect, the 4 elements that mythology has spoken of. And they must be combined to build what Jung was fascinated by, the philosopher's stone, or the lapis, the pearl of great price. That is, they have to be combined if you're going to have that. And that's been an insight by traditions all over the world. So in any case, splitting happens when the self has been blessed in some of these sectors and not in others, or has not been blessed in any. If you have not been blessed in any, you're probably psychotic. Very, very dysfunctional. And if you look down here at the bottom on the second page here, these where in the course on psychopathology and the collective unconscious, I talked about the way in which this model fits Theodore Milan's data. That's what I do a lot, show how a lot of people's data fit this model. But anyway, independent pathologies having to do with sociopathy or narcissistic personality disorder are phenomena which occur when one is flooded with this royal energy in some profound way. Detached pathologies that Milan talks about happen when people are flooded with magician energies. A lot of professors and therapists
tend to be flooded by magician energies, and tend to be very lonely, and to have difficulties about relating to detachment, too much detachment. When one is flooded with lover energies, one gets into often addictions and dependent pathologies. When one is flooded with warrior energy, one usually is in jail and not diagnosed so much in terms of a mental health category, unless you are just flooded enough with unintegrated warrior energy that you become an obsessive compulsive kind of. You're just barely able to contain your sociopath within, and so you become a very careful, compulsive, ambivalent, what Milan calls a passive ambivalent, which is a compulsive. So in any case, splitting is the big problem. The challenge in maturation in the psyche is, as so many ancient teachers have said, balancing the opposites. That was the key to Jung's whole vision. You have to balance the opposites. If you don't balance the opposites, the one you're ignoring will come back with a vengeance. And so what we've got here is what I believe to be what I call a decoding of the diamond body. This is the way I believe the codes are. I think it corresponds to the evidence we have. And you see, the key issue is developing a healthy tension between the opposites. It's like a dynamic tension. One can never, it's like muscle systems. You have to develop the capacity to hold these energies in tension so that you can increase in cohesiveness. Now, this is very different from Freud's vision of what becoming analyzed is. And there are a lot of people that have a very passive view of what healing is, that they think it's just a digging up process. You just kind of dig up the stuff in the unconscious and you get better. The truth of the matter is, if you dig up some of those bodies in the unconscious, you may get a lot worse before you get better, at least. Freud emphasized the archaeology of the psyche. The way I think it really works is more like architecture and construction of a temple. That is, it's an active process. One has to figure out where one has not fully constructed the self in a dynamic balance so that it can serve as a container for all these energies to mix in an appropriate way, in a creative way, imaginative way, powerful way. So the one I want to point out is one of the things that I have come to emphasize that is not emphasized really anywhere else is the way in which these archetypal images are not arbitrarily arranged. That is to say, for example, in the story of David, you've got the archetypal image of the king, and you have the archetypal image of the prophet, Nathan. And Nathan and David are at odds in tension. Sovereignty is malfunctioning because the king has overstepped his own responsibilities, his own rights. And so there is a tension between the magician figure, the prophet, and the royal figure, the king. And so that tension has to be, in my view, conceived as a necessary dialectical tension in the psyche. So in one sense, you have a world-building aspect of the psyche, and you have a anti-world building. You've got a critic built in. That critic is not pathological necessarily. It can become pathological. But it is to stand against the tyranny in the psyche and out of the psyche. And by the same token, it is extremely important. Again, I agree with Freud here. It's extremely important to see that eros
energies are in tension with aggression. And I think it's much more important to see, in a way Freud never saw clearly, that that aggression won't go away when you get your object relations line matured. Aggression simply needs to be matured too. In fact, you will not get mature in the relational line unless the aggression line is matured. So those are the things that I want to emphasize. Splitting is always a threat. Fragmentation is another way to talk about that. Splitting is always a threat. Why? Because this is a moving target. You never get to the place, unfortunately, in life when you can say, I have been analyzed. Or I have now arrived, so I can relax. Because it would be like an athlete who gets to the point that says, now I'm an athlete. I don't have to work out anymore. See? So let me open it up there for any comments or questions about this structure. Again, I have related this to the research of Theodore Milan. I've related it to the research of David Gutman in his research on men and women through the life cycle. And we are working on trying to relate it to this new comparative mythology. Any questions or comments? Some of you could teach this. Yes, Steve.
A question about the role of the magician.
Right.
The diagram there suggests that there's an equality in attention. And yet, in many places in literature and mythology, the wise old man figure, the magician, Merlin, etc., seems to symbolize the center point of the diagram.
Yeah.
That the magician is a cohesive self figure.
Yes.
Training the king,
yes.
Training the warrior. The opposition is not so much a conflicting opposition as it is a training.
Yeah.
And very often
that's maturity. See, you're talking about right in here. You're talking about a figure who in the mid is right in there. Right in here. Remember I said that when one is really mature in these things, they are very close. You got to realize the difference between a raw archetypal energy, which is not begun to split off, usually totally in the unconscious, not really accessed, and that energy when it is not only accessed but contained and balanced in an integrated way. So what you're talking about, what I would call the shaman figure, who is really a mature embodiment of those energies. That's a developmental achievement. That's not the archetype. That is a human person who has paid their dues, climbed the path, and got up to the point where the closer to the top of the thing, they look alike. In fact, in Mayan culture, the sacral king integrates all these. That's why the king figure, in some sense, begins to, when it's really mature and really integrated, the Mayan king is the priest who mediates the divine energy. He's the warrior that fights evil. He's the lover that generates the bounty for the world, and the just ruler. And so I think you're right that at the high levels, these things they kind of become divine. I mean, that's like God. What is? It's like the images of Jesus in the gospel. You know, Jesus is the warrior, Jesus is the magician, Jesus is the lover, and Jesus is the messianic king. So I think you're right. But the thing you got to get clear about is the long distance between the raw archetypal energy, which is not human, and it's 250,000 volts, and it's not helpful if you put your finger in it, you know. So that's a good point. I just ask that you make a distinction between this long step up these, the Mayan pyramid, Chichen Itza. You got those steps. Go up here. spiral, to think about the spiraling through these things. Other comments or questions? Yes.
On the model on the board, the arrows are going in a relational direction. On here, they only go in one direction.
Well, on here I'm showing, on the diagrams I'm showing, that is the path of development. This is the way you want it to go, toward the center. You want to integrate toward cohesion. The arrows going out, that's the thing you and I deal with every day, the splitting energies, the tendency to fragment. I just wanted to put on there that you'll never get to the point where you will not be occasionally, when you're fatigued, you hadn't slept enough, you're sick, something bad has happened to you, you've had a death in your family, you've got a severe illness in the family, or you found that you're ill, when you will not start to be experiencing disintegration anxiety. And you know, the idea that you ever get to a point where you're just this billiard ball self and nobody can, you know, fragment you, that's a really infantile fantasy. We never get to that point. And so we spend a good deal of time wobbling, you know. We kind of regress down to this, we regress into that, we regress into this, we regress into this. And each one of us here, and this is what is interesting about clinical implications of this, is to help people map how they tend to regress when they regress, because people don't fall off the pyramid on the same side as other people. You know, that you tend to fall off on the side characteristic of your particular fault lines. Your San Andreas fault runs in a certain direction. And when you help people map their characteristic patterns when they regress, what do? Some people, when they regress, they drink. When I regress, you know, the weakest thing in my personality, you know, sometimes I think, well, is it the warrior, is it the lover? You know, so, you know, sometimes, you know, the weaknesses compete. But in some ways, the warrior has been very weak in my personality. And so when I get really regressed, I will work harder. And that's when you're really weak in the warrior, you will compulsively work harder, see. That energy would just kind of take over when that's not integrated. But everyone has got a, let's say, a signature. You've got a signature of, your regressions have a certain signature that we could plot if we just looked at them a little bit. Then that would give you a clue. See, the important thing about this clinically, you see, what disturbs me about a lot of therapists and analysts is they kind of love this mystification. They, you know, the magician who is a little immature loves to mystify, loves to maintain power by mystification. And so it's kind of keep the knowledge private so I can sell it. And what I think is important is keeping your mind on treatment and helping people get better. And so it's very important to have a treatment plan that relates to what's wrong. And in my view, if you do not have a structural analysis of the malfunction of the self, you don't know what's wrong. And therefore, you do not have a sense about what kind of construction needs to be done to strengthen the tensile strength, the structural integrity of the self, so that it doesn't fall apart as easily. Remember, I said it will always fall apart under certain circumstances. But clinically speaking, that's the exciting thing about this promise of this theory, and that is to be able to get a lot clearer about what structural dimensions underlie different pathologies, and then to be able to come up with therapies which directly address those particular failures. Any other comment? Yeah, Bill.
Well, just following up, I've been back here sort of turning over, just following up on exactly what you said in terms of the pathologies.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned, for example, in terms of the attachment type of pathology, flooded with magician.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just in terms of some of my thinking last evening, I mean, I know I have sort of some avoidant tendencies, and that I can that will then be manifested by going off into sort of knowledge aspect.
Yeah.
But I think perhaps the real issue is, at least for me, is not so much being flooded with the magician, but being completely cut off from the lover.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, when you did your pathology, just ran down it quickly, everything was flooded with.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm wondering, is there
Oh,
an
yes.
end of that?
Oh yes, that's right. That's right. These things, you got to think about this. The way this thing would have to be done, if you were to really illustrate it. One of these days, I hope to be able to use computer modeling to show how this operates. You'd be able to see this. In fact, I actually think that that somebody very sophisticated with geometrical modeling in relationship to the data could use computer modeling and show how this stuff works. And you'd be able to see then, for example, the relationship between all the libido going into thought and the detachment in the lover. Those things are not unrelated, see. But you have to understand, you take this thing and you deform the pyramid. You deform it in certain ways. And if you can have that model three-dimensionally with computer modeling, even holographic modeling, you'd be able to see why, when you're modeling any particular self's dysfunction, that if you have a dysfunction in the magician, you're going to have a dysfunction in all the others. You see that? Think about that a minute. If you think about this three-dimensionally and holographically, you can't deform one face without having it have an impact on the others. But that does not mean that each of the energies are equally causal in the dysfunction. That is to say, for example, a narcissistic personality disorder has a tyrannical claim for importance and power, and that's the fundamental flooding of energy there. But by the same token, they are very, very damaged in their ability to love, to see the other. Because I and the world are one. There's not really any other here. And so there's no doubt that when you're thinking about a difficulty in structure, any deformation will impact the other sectors. But and that's important to think about and research and study. But this is if one studies these energies, I've had enough experience with functionally illiterate men in prison and other people who are not highly educated, who are able to utilize and understand this stuff and be able to apply it to themselves. You do not have to have that, stratospheric sophistication in these interactions, these things, to be able to see where one is weak and where one is stronger. So the work is cut out in terms of scientific modeling and research on these things. But I think if you reflect on your own life and you study these particular archetypal energies and spaces and configurations, it would be fairly evident to you fairly quickly. You'd be able to plot. In workshops that I do on this, I give people the quadrants and ask them to fill in where they feel that they've developed and leave blank where they feel they haven't. And then think about the difficulties they experience day to day in their lives in the light of their diagram. And it's uncanny how insightful people that are not technical specialists in psychology are about mapping their own unfinished project. So, any other questions or comments before we take a short break? In other words, I really think that this is a code. The more I study properties of these codings, these shapes, the more I'm convinced that the Pythagoreans did know some stuff about the relationship between geometry and psyche, and we have the capacity now to really do a lot more scientific work with this than ever before. It's just a question of whether or not we can get around to it. Any other comments or questions about this? Remember, I'm not saying these are all the archetypal structures, although you can plot a number of the archetypes, and I have in my work in this. For example, the hero is an immature warrior, in my view. The divine child is an immature royal figure. The trickster is an immature magician, see? And sort of the Oedipal child, or the Adonis kind of figure, is an immature lover. Yeah. And so you can plot a lot of archetypal things here, but by no means is this all the archetypes. For example, the archetype of initiation can be located in that magician sector of the psyche. That's where the insights with regard to that are. The archetypes related to the city are related to the royal sector. But human selfhood is really a dynamic integration of these, just as I think if you shift to spiritual discussions, images of the divine contain all of these energies in almost every tradition. Any other comment or question? There's a lot of material on this stuff. It's very complicated, but it's also in some ways very simple. So, yeah. Steve.
Well, as I've thought about this material, one of the things that is exciting to me in my own life is working with images of the areas where I'm weak, and it relates to this idea: without a vision, the people will perish. And
right.
So I try to really reinforce a vision that will lead me to a more mature expression in the areas, especially where I'm weak.
Right. That is to say, now Steve is addressing therapy issues, that is healing issues, that is techniques that can be used to make yourself stronger in an area where you have not been blessed. Activities. See, it's very, I like to think about this, I say, well, some people accuse me of being a behavioral therapist in some way. In some ways I am, because some of these things cannot be healed by just thinking about them. Like you can't be really healed in the lover just by reflecting about it. That's a magician mistake. If you're dominated by the magician, you think all healing has to come through thought. And not all healing can come through thought. So there are behaviors, and one of the things that Steve is lifting up is the importance of coming up with images that represent where you're trying to become stronger. And surrounding yourself with images that evoke that particular energy, reading biographies that evoke that particular energy, and so on. We talk about these, and in this series of books, we talk about different techniques. But that's by no means a finished product. There's a lot of room for thought about how to heal these particular sectors or how to get them stronger. But in any case, there is clearly a need to develop a treatment plan for oneself or for anyone you're working with or an organization, so forth, depending on the way in which things are structured. So let's take a short break, and then let's come back and figure out, if you use this frame to look at that Dumézil research, what do you come up with? Where is it similar and where is it different? Let's take about 10 minutes. Well, let's get started on reflecting about similarities and differences. And again, to review what we said yesterday, a clear the most important difference in my approach and this work that we've seen in Dumézil is that unlike Dumézil, I really am a structuralist. I do believe that these deep structures exist and that they are species-wide, at least. fact, if you study these things in relationship to the biological sciences, you'll find that we are not alone in having inherited instinctual aggression or affiliative systems and so on. Other species have these as well. So this is we need to put ourselves in the evolutionary chain. But in any case, I do believe that Dumézil did not want to make claims about his work that what he was finding with the Indo-Europeans was something that applied to the human species. I would make that claim as the Jungian, Neo-Jungian, basing, continuing Jung's project. And so that's the most important thing, because, for example, if you get really clear about that in terms of framing the questions that need to be asked, well, one of the things we need to ask is, we could help these Indo-European scholars a little bit by saying, well, let's just take it the tripartite system of Dumézil, and let's get a bunch of other scholars from other geographical areas and other regional studies, and let's just find out, if you took a Dumézilian perspective, what would this do to South America, studies of South American cultures? What would this do to studies of Native American cultures, so forth? And just raise that research question, taking the Indo-European brackets off and looking at these issues of the first, second, third functions. But secondly, in Dumézil's work, you do get this whole discussion that we talked about yesterday about the war of the functions. Now, there's a sense in which they are all struggling with each other. That is very close to my understanding. These energies are all in dynamic tension with each other. What you do not see in Dumézil is a clear delineation of the dynamic tension between eros and aggression, the clear dialectical tension there, or a clear dialectical tension. Especially the weakest part, I think, in Dumézil's theory is that he really does not that's when he says sovereignty is the first function. He sees there is a duality in there, but the question is, for me, is whether or not the peoples he is studying really didn't know about the tension between the anti-tyrannical and the tyrannical, the anti-dominance and the dominance. Did the people not really know about that, or is this simply because Dumézil did not know how to ask the questions right? Now look at what I mean by that. When we're looking at Dumézil's plotting of these gods, you do not get the trickster function lifted up very clearly. Now, does that mean that these ancient peoples and other ancient peoples did not know about the trickster function? According to my research, that's wrong. They did know about the trickster function. So in other words, I think if Dumézil had understood the dialectical tension between the different aspects of true sovereignty, he would have made more, for example, about the tension between a Hermes figure and a Zeus figure. Or as in Native American mythology, the trickster figure, the coyote figure, and the forces of creation. My take on this would be that I wonder if somebody looking at the same body of data through the lens of my theory, I wonder if that would not enable them to see more wisdom in these old traditions with regard to the necessity to resist the king than is apparent in Dumézil's declension of this. In other words, I wonder if ancient peoples did not have a much better sense of the need to resist domination than seems to be presented in Dumézil's work. Now, I'm not sure. See, I do not have access to about 90% of Dumézil's work, so he may well have really laid this stuff out in French somewhere. So with this, just a question: does Dumézil understand the way in which the trickster function, the anti-cosmic, the anti-structural function, does he know how that anti-structural function operates against structure in the ongoing processes of society? Victor Turner, who has influenced me a lot, the late and great anthropologist, who I believe was, at the time of his death, was probably the greatest cultural anthropologist alive. He saw in traditional tribal cultures and other cultures a clear recognition that you had to have structure and you had to have anti-structure. And that's how you get Mardi Gras and other carnivals. You have to have a tension between structure and anti-structure. So that is a question. From what I can see so far, I don't see evidence that for example, when he's describing the two aspects of sovereignty, he'll talk about the sort of the domination of the juridical, the king aspect, and the domination of the magical figure. What I don't see there is any recognition about the divine ground of anti-domination. Do you follow me? The trickster figure in traditions, the clown, the fool, the prophet, all the ones that stand against force, the force of the king, the power of the king. In my studies, I see evidence that ancient peoples knew very well about the need to resist the total power of the chief or the king. So anyway, that's a research question. Now, whether Dumézil really understood that or not, some Dumézil scholars are going to have to help me understand. Yes? Excuse me. With that resistance? Well, I think so, of course. You know me, I'm a Jungian. I think that's instinctual. I think that's in your collective unconscious. I think the desire to be respected, to be treated with respect, I think that's something that's in us and who we are. Even the street kid who's had the least nurture, least guidance, who's had very few people caring about him or her, they know that they should not be dissed, they say. Don't diss me. There is a kind of a primordial sense of the need for respect. And that's probably, I mean, in my view, that's that trickster aspect in a healthy form.
What about the alcoholic who demands respect?
Well, that would be the other side. I mean, the person who is not able to regulate their own narcissistic claims and their own grandiosity. See, alcoholics and other addicts have a real struggle with grandiosity. They cannot regulate their grandiosity. They cannot even become conscious of how grandiose they are. And that's what 12-step programs are so helpful with, because when you get a group of recovering alcoholics together, they know how grandiose the alcoholic is, and they know what the consequences are, and they know how to challenge it. Whereas people that are not as wise as a recovering alcoholic often don't know how to challenge it. Some of the most wise people I know are sponsors, who are some of the greatest shamans I know are sponsors in 12-step programs, the best therapists, the wisest people. So in any case, I agree with you on that. So in other words, a confusing thing, I think, and I'm interested in talking to Scott Littleton about this, is I don't think Dumézil understood that that was a dialectical tension between those two aspects of sovereignty. That's a tension, an irreconcilable tension. That tension cannot be done away with. It is, to put it in philosophical terms, it's ontological. And if you did theology about it, I think it exists in the Godhead, that is, in God. That is, there are theologies that assume God is tyrant. But there are also theologies that God is the enemy of all tyrants. So in fact, if you look at liberation theology, I mean, the true God is really the one who is undermining all tyranny. So the whole, that is in one, what I think is probably the weakest thing. The second thing is, I mean, it's quite clear that Dumézil has no agenda about human psychology. This is, to him, this is social systems. And I see no evidence that he has thought deeply in any way about how, in fact, social systems may be issuing from archetypal configurations in the self, and particularly that rigid social systems, such as the Indian caste systems, may be issuing from a rather primitive splitting of these archetypal configurations and assigning to role stratification these different archetypal configurations. We do that here in our country as well, just in a more of a somewhat more masked way. In classism, hidden classism, you know, people don't do much class analysis in our country because they say, well, it's just Marxist, you know. So they throw out all class analysis. But the truth is, if you know, there is such a thing as social class, and it persists, and there's a very, very sort of rigid stratification that occurs, and associated with that stratification are assumptions about these archetypal energies. That is to say, people who are the least privileged tend to have projected upon them that they are very weak in the magician, you see. And there's also a projection upon minorities and the poor and so forth that they are repositories of regressive lover energies. And there's also, for example, racism in our country and other places around the world. Racism is a sociological form of dominance which seeks to repress the capacity for sovereignty in groups in the society. That is to say, there's all sorts of social and political machinations which seek to deny sovereignty to large groups, huge groups of our population by gerrymandering, by machinations of how lines of congressional districts are drawn and so forth. So I mean, the interesting question is, you know, that Dumézil, I don't think, asked is there a splitting in the human psyche leading to a truncated maturation process which leads to the kind of rigid role differentiation and class stratification that we see, the easy comfort with it that we see, the easy comfort with racism and classism that we see, even among our so-called educated classes. Dumézil never addresses those things. He's not a psychologist. I can't see any evidence that he's that interested in it, although there may be in the body of literature that I'd love to get somebody to translate so that it's available to the English-speaking world, I think. So he's not a structuralist. He's not a psychologist. He does not see the dialectics in a clear way between these different energies. However, he does know there's war of the functions. And he and his followers have made it possible to do something that's very Jungian. They didn't intend for it to be Jungian, but he has furthered some part of the basic Jungian scientific research task. That is, remember what I said about a Jungian approach to this stuff. A Jungian approach to this uses mythological studies not for just an interest in mythology. A Jungian scientific psychoanalysis will use these studies of mythology for data about the psyche and the way it works and the way it splits, the way it doesn't work, the way it malfunctions. And so if you continue Jung's project and take it forward, then you start interrogating this data for insights into the way the self works. Now that's the really exciting potential thing in the future. For example, there are a lot of people that assume that more recently is better. More recent is better. The later theory is superior to the earlier theory, that modern people understand human life better than ancient people. There's a lot of assumptions that people make about that are very questionable assumptions. What if, in the course of studying this material on the war of the functions that exist in these traditions, that these scholars know but they don't know what they're seeing? For example, I can sit and listen to all these people talk, and they're talking about how the functions interact and what happens when they interact and what happens when this function gets out of balance. What if that is actual dynamic knowledge that these ancient teachers understood? And what if that contains materials that if carefully looked at, would give us more information about the way the inner workings of the self actually operate by looking at these mythic narratives and asking psychoanalytic questions of these mythic narratives? See, that's the interesting thing. There's not, as far as I know, that's not been done in any kind of serious way. So now, I think those are the major issues that I would raise with Dumézil. I mean, what I would say has to be done in terms of, looking at the differentiation between this model and Dumézil's trifunctional model. Do you see any other things that would need to be raised about the relationship between the two? How are they similar? How are they different? Any other things that have come to your mind in terms of the war of the functions and so on? Anything else that has come up for you? Let's open it up for any comments, questions. Clearly, the similarity between my thought and Dumézil's is superficial. That is, in terms of theory. His theory is not like my theory at all. However, his data offers an enormous support for my theory. So, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking yesterday about a comment that you were making at how our culture and many cultures actually take these functions and give them to organizations.
Yes.
You can take the arrows moving inward, and the goal is a unified self. And in our culture, I could see a vacant self in Americans.
Exactly.
We have just given these to very powerful organizations.
Give us some examples of that before you continue. He's saying, this is a comment, he's saying that in our culture we see the farming out of these functions to different organizations, different institutions. Can you think of an example of that?
Yeah, it's very easy for me to sit home and say, well, I'll let Washington, D.C. do all the envisioning. I'll let the military do all the control.
The military and the police.
I'll let the professors and the priests
do all the magician.
I'll let them know, those intellectuals kind of thing. And I'll let Pierce Bosman, or whatever his name is, be the lover.
James Bond, right?
James Bond.
Okay, let me repeat that for the tape. He says that we turn over the warrior functions to the military and the police. We turn over the sovereignty functions to the
to the government. We turn over the magician functions to the professors and the clergy, and we turn over the lover functions to people like Pierce, how do you say his name? Brosnan, the guy that plays James Bond, and the pornographers. And now look at that. Think about the splitting issue there that you're getting at. Now, where would you go with that?
I would wonder if there are cultures, either in the mythology or the day-to-day living, in which those various functions have not been found out. That if there are cultures where everyone is expected to be his own king, magician, warrior, and lover, if that kind of parsing out of duties or whatever is not done in some places, I can't think of any off the top of my head.
No.
But I'm curious what cultures like that would be like.
Also have some sense of meaninglessness and emptiness. They just don't quite know return to, well, you can't escape it, but at least to anesthetize it in such a way that it is not so harmful.
Yeah, I think that's right. She's saying that there is a primordial kind of awareness that people have that the center is not held, and that this is not normative. This is not people, even ones that have not had the benefit of sophisticated educations. They have a sense that the center is fallen. So I think that's right. Mike, let me just comment a couple of things. I think that indigenous traditions sought to hold these things together, and I'm not saying they did it perfectly, but if you study indigenous tribal peoples, it's very interesting. Of course, there are medicine specialists, there are medicine persons of high degree, but it's very interesting in indigenous tribes. You don't get anything remotely resembling the declaration of bankruptcy with regard to spiritual issues that you see in modern society on the part of ordinary individuals. For example, in Aboriginal culture, in Native American culture, in African cultures, every individual had a sense of having a ritual responsibility, a spiritual and ritual responsibility. For example, among the Aborigines, each individual has a responsibility for one of the song lines that are the lines that hold up the world. And if they do not sing their part of that, they know the world will end. So it's quite clear to me that if you look at indigenous cultures which have not developed the capacities for huge surpluses of commodities, therefore, so that big cities can be built, that those more close face-to-face tribal cultures, there's less radical differentiation. That's why you get a council of elders. That's why we got so much of our system of government in America came from modeling on some indigenous Native American peoples here, that it didn't come from Europe. So the idea of the Council of Elders, the idea of everybody having a part in world maintenance through spiritual and ritual pursuits, participation, for example, the whole role of drumming and dancing as a lover embodiment function. If you've ever been in presence of a group of people who, for example, not too long ago, of all places, I was in Dallas. There were a lot of students of Babatunji. I don't know how you pronounce his name. You know Olatunji. He's one of the great drummers coming out of African tradition, West African tradition. And a lot of his students came. This was a big conference, and they brought in people. It was amazing to me, people from a lot of different social and economic backgrounds, racial backgrounds. They came in and they were drumming together and dancing together. It was an amazing scene. It's almost like the biblical scene of Jubilee or the great banquet. I mean, it was a spooky experience to see that going on. And you began to see there the much more central role of communal dance and communal drumming in indigenous cultures all around the world. So that would be related to a kind of a sense of joy and celebration and oneness that is a lover function. I mean, since when we had a big dance and drumming down at Daly Plaza? I have a fantasy about that, you know. God, what would it be like if we had all these master drummers in the Chicago area invite people down to drum in Daly Plaza? Victor Turner would call that an experience of communitas that might be very healing for the city. But so you look at indigenous peoples for images of people that did it better. I'm not saying that they did it optimally at all, because I don't think they did. If anything, the golden age is not in the past. It may be in the future if we're lucky. But the other thing I would say is, for example, on the magician, European cab drivers, traditionally, for example, working class people in France, for example, in that culture have had permission to be intellectuals. It is not at all unusual for a person that's a French working class person to feel that they have a right and indeed a obligation to participate in the French philosophical and literary intellectual life. Now, this is not true in the United States. In the United States, where we're supposedly more free, there is an incredible Philistinism about a classism which you see burgeoning now at the universities, so that, for example, in business schools, you get all these hotshot, smart young MBA students who haven't, and they're going to be running your companies, your corporations. They're going to have immense power in our culture and what passes for civilization. And they increasingly, from my sources in these schools, have absolutely no concern about humanities or the human virtues or values or ethical standards. And so we got a problem here that you're pointing to. Yes, Matt.
I'm wondering if there's a possibility to go ahead and use the schema that you're speaking of to possibly develop an ethical or moral set of codes or
Well, you know, he's asking, is there a moral code or something that's related to this kind of structure? It took me a long time to realize that people already did that. And that's what I'm saying about the importance of this body of research. You know, we may find on studying this research and asking questions, interrogating this body of research from a deeper theory, we may find that human beings have had all sorts of insights about ethical codes. In fact, my friends, for example, Professor Miller tells me that there are very elaborate teachings about the moral responsibilities of the king that already exist in this literature that nobody ever told me about. And I think that people in the West today don't realize that there was ever any kind of understanding. Whether the kings actually followed it or not is another issue. But the fact that they knew that there was an appropriate moral code, even in those ancient times, is relevant. The other thing I wanted to mention, though, it took me a long time to realize that Aristotle, in his ethics, really anticipated all this. For example, justice is a royal virtue. Courage is a warrior virtue. We're talking about the four cardinal virtues. Prudence or wisdom is a magician virtue. And temperance is a lover virtue. So if you want to look at sophisticated ethical thinking that is related to these quadrants, you just study Aristotle's ethics. Now, before studying this Dumézilian stuff, I did not know how. I kept looking at these Greek philosophers and noticing, my God, they knew about four elements. They knew about the cardinal directions and the cardinal virtues. Somewhere quadration was somewhere present there in their thought. Now, if you look at this Indo-European stuff, you can say, well, probably Aristotle's ethics go back a long way. Probably he didn't create that. Probably Aristotle got this from far more ancient teachings in the Proto-Indo-European cultures. But see, I had no way of knowing where Aristotle might have gotten this emphasis on these different virtues corresponding to the different areas. But after looking at this new comparative mythology, you get a little more sense that this has been around longer than we thought. The Greeks didn't make it up, in other words. See, in our Western intellectual world, prior to this Indo-European studies, we sort of ascribed everything to the Greeks. In recent years, there have been all sorts of studies coming out of the questioning about the role of Egypt in this, and also, of course, these Indo-European studies. Any other reflections or insights that you want to share? Yes.
Question.
Yeah.
Ruminating in my mind, you used the word cultures.
Yes. Right. She's reflecting on the use of the words culture here. If you can use an anthropological approach, and you can study even the most dysfunctional society and culture, and say it has a culture. For example, we use the word when we're doing an analysis of a business organization. We say IBM has a culture, or the C.G. Jung Institute in Evanston has a culture. By that, we don't mean to say anything good about it. We just know that there are certain values, images, traditions, memories, attitudes toward the future, and so forth that are characteristic of that particular way of organizing and being in the world. When I spoke of civilization, that's really coming out of the Western tradition of making these judgments about what is civilized and what's not. Well, broadly speaking, we could say that the way that's been interpreted, if you gave it the best possible benefit of a doubt, you'd say civilized people regulate their energies in a responsible way. Then if you say that, then you don't have much civilization around the planet now. We can think about how well we're doing at regulating our functions or balancing our functions today. It's a real important question for us to raise. But back to this interesting thing that William was raising. See, I think this is the importance of psychological studies for the public life. That is, to raise the question about, can you have democracy? Can you have a democratic culture without mature citizens? Without citizens who are integrating on these different functions? And the horrible truth is, probably not. Why? Well, look at this. I mean, if you project your royal energy onto those that want it, who want to take your projection, you will not have democracy long. Right? So any other, we'll come back and we'll take another short break in a little bit, but we'll come back and think about further research that needs to be done. But is there any other insights or reflections or questions about Dumézil's kind of theory in relationship to the structural psychoanalysis that I've outlined? Yes, Bob.
I think you said to remind you something about the caste system.
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you. I wanted to call your attention to thinking about the way that caste system got set up, and think about I raised the question earlier. In Dumézil, you've got the juridical function of dominance in the ordering of the society, and you've got the magical function, which he will say, well, dominates in magical and religious areas. The way that that's framed, you do not get a healthy resistance to power in the society. You've got the power expressed by the king. You've got the power expressed by the priestly class, or the druids, for example. But who resists them? See, where is the resistance to them? So what I think you're seeing there, and the question I raised earlier was, is this characteristic of all ancient societies? Was there no sense of the necessity to resist power? It's possible that that's the case. It's possible that evolutionarily speaking, that democracy is an incredible step forward, just like John Perry thinks it is in the book The Heart of History. I think it's entirely possible that's the case. But what I wanted to point out about the caste system is, if sovereignty consists of kings that dominate the people and the poor, priests that dominate the people and the poor, in other words, priests like Brahmins in India who do not take the side of the untouchables, but who come up with a rationalization for why the untouchables should serve and not have anything in the way of wealth or status or respect. Whenever you've got that situation, in my view, you have a flawed sovereignty. Anytime, you see, because if you study the king archetype, and as I have tried to help people understand it, the healthy king archetype does not have a caste of untouchables. It's like the good shepherd in the New Testament. There were 99 who were in the shelter of the fold, and one was outside, and the true king, the true shepherd, sought out the one who was left out. So the king archetype, in its fullest and most mature expression, is that part of the psyche which is inclusive in a radical way and is nurturing in a radical way, and would never be comfortable with there being a caste that is out of caste. You follow that? So here's where you think about those people who believe that the development of Hebrew religion was a step forward in evolution. And there are people, sophisticated political philosophers, who believe that. For this reason, it's a real question. It's an empirical research question. Was the Hebrew tradition the first time in history where the magician figure really took on the king? The prophets, Nathan and Isaiah and Jeremiah and Amos and so on. Was that the first time in history? Or not? Now, if by looking at all this research we find examples where priest or prophet figures stood against power in other cultures, then the people that have said that Hebrew religion was the evolutionary breakthrough are wrong, because you will be able to demonstrate that other people in fact stood against power on behalf of the poor. That's a research question. I mean, that can be established. We can find that out. But do you see what I'm getting at? In the Hebrew tradition and in subsequent, for example, at Chicago Theological Seminary, the graduate school where I teach psychoanalysis and spirituality, we point out the way in which, from the Hebrew scriptures to contemporary liberation theology, the mark of who God really is, that is, are images of the true King of the heavens, that one requires solidarity with the poor. If you read Matthew 25, and when the king comes, when the true king returns, it says in Matthew 25, he will say, those who fed the hungry, ministered to the poor, visited the prisoners, healed the sick, they were doing that to me. When they did not heal the sick, visit the prisoners, feed the poor, and so on, in other words, deal with the poorest of the poor, they were not doing it to me. So it's very interesting to look at that tradition. That's in the Hebrew prophets and contemporary liberation theology. It's very interesting to think about that caste system in the light of this.
because if you were reflecting on that in the light of that particular prophetic tradition, then you would say that the existence of an untouchables class is a demonstration of the flaw of sovereignty in that culture. You follow that? That is to say, the question is, were there no situations where the priest stood against the power of the king before in history? Was that never true in Indo-European culture? It's possible, but that's an empirical question. Because in Hebrew culture, and even in the Hebrew scriptures, as I said yesterday, you get a clear tension between the royal affirmations that there should be a king and the anti-monarchical traditions. There should not be a king. And so that is just something that's going to have to be researched. In my view, in the healthy psyche, the only way you can get past your own grandiosity and your own pathological narcissism is to have your own magician working well, which shows you what you're up to, and welcomes criticism. So any other questions or comments or reflections or thoughts about that? Do you see what I'm getting at there? Dumézil does not have a sense for the prophetic function of the magical. I don't think, but maybe I'm wrong about that. It's a matter of talking with people that are more experts on this body of literature. I think the ancient peoples knew about trickster figures and fools. Fools spoke the truth to the king. And Merlin is supposed to have spoken the truth to Arthur, right? So I wonder if there's not more insight about this than meets the eye in what we've seen. Yes, Bob?
Give a reference to this phrase, war of the functions in the cultivators and
the Dumézilian research does talk a lot about the tension between the cultivators and the first two functions. So they're aware of the struggle between the fertility aspects of life and the force aspects and the sovereignty aspects. The question of how aware they are of the dynamics of that, the wider significance, I cannot say yet. I've got to look at the materials more. For example, a lot of these people will tend to historicize this. These are historians, and they want to turn this into historical, they don't want to really look at this as a mythical representation of psychological dynamics. That's not what they're trying to do. So they will say, well, this was the invading tribes, and they came in, and these people that they invaded were the cultivators. And so the people they invaded were, because they had been conquered, they were slow to be brought in, and there was tension between the invaders and the people that were invaded. And so they will turn this into a historical argument, which may or may not have merit. But what Scott Littleton does about some of these pseudo-historical accounts, he will raise the question about whether or not these pseudo-historical accounts are not in fact ways to actually teach about the War of the Functions. And modern scholars tend to depreciate the wisdom of ancient peoples. They tend to just assume that they don't know the kind of things we know today. I'm not sure that's wise. I think that we're an old species, and I actually think that a lot of, for example, if there was a proto-Indo-European culture, there are a lot of people that think that these cultures are much older than contemporary scholarship tends to want to say. And if that's the case, there may well be a lot of dynamic knowledge that exists in mythical form. So how would we know that? Well, we'd have to study the stuff and think about it in relationship to what we know from other sources of psychodynamics and see if they had a lot of wisdom. I think there's evidence that they had a good bit. But Bob, I think they tend to historicize that. I don't think Dumézil had any sense that this was an internal conflict.
I'm trying to picture how, except say the areas of Dravidians, et cetera.
Yes, yes.
Like that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Which you just referred to.
Yes.
Those theological or historical. What the nature of this antagonism called could be in a working society.
Yes. Well, see, I think you've got to raise the question of whether or not, I mean, this is really the question, the research question, that whether or not this is merely historical narrative about social conflict or historical narrative about a certain dynasty or something. I think of the David Solomon thing. Or is this narrative presented as historical, which is presented by the wise ones of that culture who keep the narratives? Is this a way of teaching a moral philosophy of human living? For example, there is evidence that I have worked with some Hebrew scholars on looking at the David Solomon traditions, and I already believed that those stories are told in the Bible not to praise David the king. A lot of people, they think those narratives are to praise David. I had already come to the conclusion that no, those were teaching stories about how a king fails. And then I began to look at the stories about Solomon and the problems with Solomon, and I think that in the Hebrew Scriptures, the whole the Saul, David, Solomon stories are teaching stories about how power corrupts, how power becomes corrupted. And I already believed that. And then when I began to be tutored by these people that have done this Indo-European studies, when they say there have been people that apply this Indo-European Dumézilian theory to the Hebrew Scriptures and say that the David Solomon stuff fits the sins of the king in Indo-European tradition. So, it's in my personal view, it's very likely that these narratives are like indigenous tribal teaching stories. That that what is presented as history very likely is extremely old, probably refined in depth for thousands of years by priestly people who are keepers of the narratives. I mean, if you look at African culture, if you look at the Dogon, for example, tribe, the Western anthropologists really thought that African people were not capable of sophisticated thought. And only very recently was there any breakthrough into the incredible sophistication of the Dogon tribal narratives and their incredible age. And so my guess is that these are really teaching stories. But then again, that has to be looked at. And what I'm interested in as a psychoanalyst is, are there insights into the balancing of instinctual energies which are in these mythic narratives that we do not have access to yet? And I think they probably are. Yeah. Other reflections on the War of the Functions or potential implications of that for education, for political organization, for religious leadership, for whatever. Yeah, Jackie.
Well, just sitting here and hearing you articulate what you just have, I find so exciting and hopeful, because I was reflecting last night on some of Aunt France's work, and the way that she talks about, if you can look at the dream, and then you can find a mythology that correlates with that dream, that the component that's needed for healing can be found at the core, the archetypal core
of the story. Right.
And that if one first has to be an intellectual understanding, and then one needs the cooperation. You can't. Maybe you could do this by yourself, but it would be very difficult. But the mentoring process if one can somehow integrate that and then somehow put it into action or discover what kind of action is necessary on an individual level and cultural level, that there's a possibility for healing to take place. And what I think, this may be projection on my part, forgive me if it is, but what I think I hear you saying is something very similar to that, is that you're saying when you look into the correlation of these mythologies throughout our history, into antiquity, and bringing it forward in time now, there's a possibility of following this formula, if you will, and applying it.
Right. Yeah, I think that, Jungians have always had this sense of the importance of amplification of dream materials with other cultural materials like folklore, myths, spiritual traditions and images and so on. And they've just sort of intuited that that's helpful, that you need to, there's something in there for you. That is, it pays to study Grimm's fairy tales. Jungians always, if you get an image in a dream, it's like the handless maiden. If you dream that something's wrong with your hands, you read the handless maiden and work with that. But I think what you're picking up is really right, is what I am suggesting. And I, to me, it's not just some sort of hocus pocus. I mean, I think this is really something that can be really examined, researched. In fact, I have a lot more confidence now that there's material that's relevant for this that's available now. That's already available. All these scholars have been doing this stuff. They just haven't been. See, data doesn't interpret itself. You have to bring questions to data. You have to bring a theory to data. You have to bring questions to data, or the data doesn't speak. It's just gibberish. And but I actually think that there's a real possibility that we may get more evidence supporting the Jungian insight that there may be dynamic wisdom in these ancient stories. That's not just a Jungian romance or sort of a romantic idea. If you begin to meditate on how old, I mean, think about, Bill, have you ever seen any estimates on how far back that proto-Indo-European culture may in fact reach? Because now we're talking about before Roman, we're talking about before the Vedas.
The first wave of the incursions archaeologically has been dated between 4,300 and 4,000 BC.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been horse remains found in the steppes, at least that old, indicating that they were being ridden at least 4,000 years ago. So that's consistent. The horses were being ridden before the wheels invented, so before the chariot. So those two things are consistent with that wave coming in about 4,000 BC. There was another wave about 1,000 years later, and a third wave about 2,800 BC.
Yeah. So these traditions are extremely old, and if you don't have a kind of a modernist bias, which assumes that modern people have more wisdom about human life than ancient people, if you don't buy that, then you can at least entertain the possibility that in these teaching stories and these narratives, and of course Grimm's fairy tales go back to this ancient literature behind them. I mean, that's been pretty widely accepted. It's entirely possible that careful scrutiny of these literatures, particularly on these issues of how do you transgress with your aggression. See, this Indo-European literature's got a lot of discussion about what is misuse of aggression that can have dynamic implications. What is misuse of what is bribery? I mean, boy, if that's not timely, I don't know what is. The buying of the elections. Can you imagine thinking about the selling of the government of the United States and think about that as the golden bribe in a flagrant form? So I think that I felt this for some time, but I've never been as convinced that that Jungian approaches to mythology as sources for data on the way the psyche really operates. I've never been as sure that that's a promising line of research. It's just we just have to do it. You know, the problem today is that fewer and fewer people in the Jungian community are doing serious research into archetypal materials. You know, it's they tend to get overimpressed by Kleinian theories, or they get overimpressed by other British object relations theories, or they get overimpressed by this Freudian tradition or that Freudian tradition, none of which have any relevance for this kind of work. Yes.
Avenues for further research.
Yes, let's touch on what needs to be researched. Yes. In the what? Okay. Yes. We are indeed, as a series of universities, stuck in the Doniger mode.
And we tend not to look at how many diverse things fit patterns. I was sitting here thinking that there are many myths. There are also films. I think of The Wizard of Oz fitting into that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the way that one learns to win a chess game and how the back row of the chess room has Dumézil's system, royals, bishops, knights, rooks for the home utility. There's a number of...
See, now that's what I got. My first insights into this fourfoldness was from looking at the chessboard and the and playing cards and these other. I began to realize that. So I continue with your thought. I agree with you that there are enormous reflections of the structure.
And no one piece will win the game.
No one piece will win.
You've got to manipulate all of them, or you're going to lose. Some research that I have no idea how you would do it, what kind of but it would be interesting to take a group of young people and teach them the myths and the stories and so forth over an extended period. That would be difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Helping them see these underlying patterns and even how they relate to dreams and tarot cards, and this rather large spectrum of things that are typically ignored in academic settings, and to see if instead of marketable skills being measured at the beginning and the ending of one's education, seeing if teaching these underlying patterns does in fact somehow lead to a better adjusted or a more well-balanced human set of human beings. Give them some sort of therapeutic testing tool at the beginning and one at the end. And just expose them to these myths, help them see the underlying patterns, and see if they are capable at that point of drawing conclusions about their own lives. And that seems much more useful to me than teaching them how to fall their way to the top of the end.
Right, or he's saying that it would be very interesting to think about what role in a mentoring process toward maturation might be played by teaching these kinds of materials about these myths and the moral reflections in these myths about human life and so on, and having it involved in a mentoring process of development, and see if it does in fact lead to empowered young people, or we would say initiated young people. You know, there are people doing this now. I mean, it's not being done in the educational institutions. I know that in African American culture, African teaching stories are being used like this to help young African American men and women move toward maturation. I know that in a lot of other sectors, these stories are being used in this way, but not in a nearly as systematic way that you're talking about. I know that Michael Mead has done a lot with using stories to try to vision maturation processes. His book, Men in the Waters of Life, is an example. So I think that is very interesting, and that would be what we would call formation, or a real educational process toward maturation, which our contemporary educational system steers clear of any concepts of maturation, because you would have to believe in the humanities, you'd have to believe in the human, you'd have to believe there was such a thing as the human. And in our universities today, there's enormous resistance to the idea that there is the human.
Serving the ruler by providing it for workers.
Right. Or we could say, for example, on your IBM example, he also made a comment about preparing the person to lead the corporation. For example, we could also shift that another way. We could say that it's ultimately in the interest of corporations to have leaders who have a healthy integration of sovereignty issues, sovereignty values. For example, if international corporations rape the earth enough, they're not going to have any habitat to make profits in. In the United States today, we've got all these folks that have enormous economic and political power that think all trees are alike. You know, I have people look me right in the eye and they say, "Don't you know there are more trees now than there have ever been before?" And you know what they mean by that? Christmas trees. Farming of Christmas trees. Everybody is planting and farming all these little, but they have no sense whatsoever about the rainforest and what happens to the earth if the rainforest continues to be destroyed. But these are folks that are otherwise fairly smart, and they will look me in the eye and they'll tell me that. There are more trees now than ever before. Well, there's an interest on the part of businessmen have a legitimate interest in the environment. They just don't realize it. That is to say, many of them don't. There are many really fine business leaders who have a sense of the public and of their public responsibilities. So the issue, I would say another way, I'd say, or we could say to these business schools, don't you realize that you have an obligation to be providing leaders for international business who have a clue about responsibility to planetary civilization? It's uncanny that contemporary business schools at the, quote, greatest universities don't teach that stuff at all. They don't care about it. David White. Yeah, David White's going into corporations and teaching some of this, and I have a number of friends who are, like my friend John Franklin, who is a consultant working with with a number of major corporations, who is seeking to help them think about their corporate responsibilities. And there are a lot of people doing that now. So there's some hope on that front too. I mean, it's not that we don't want the corporate people to get a good education. What is a good education? A good education would be something that would at least have a sense of the limitation of power, stewardship of power, balancing of these kinds of energies for the building of a cosmos, of a habitat for humanity and friends. So I think that with Jackie here, I think there's probably a lot of moral wisdom in those tales, and certainly psychological wisdom. And that's just a research task. What I was saying was that it's gotten increasingly difficult to pursue that kind of research. You know, you can learn, it's easier to learn to be a competent Adlerian therapist or a competent Freudian therapist than it is to become a competent Jungian therapist. Because if you really take archetypal material seriously, you have to study archetypal materials, right? And what I'm saying this weekend is we're really fortunate in that there's this huge body of research that's already been done, that Jungian scholars who really believe that there is an archetypal self and that there is an objective psyche and that there is a collective unconscious, we can go over that research with a fine-tooth comb and see what we find. That's going to be fun. Hope I live a long time, because I'm going to try to do what I can with that, and I'm inviting everybody else to come along for the ride. You have a comment or a question or something?
Future.
Yes. Well, she's raising, for the tape, she's raising the issue of sacrifice. Now, this is very interesting that you raise this at this point, because it's a key issue that I forgot to bring in. We need to spend a little time before we go, and we'll just stay with it until we stop it in a few minutes. You're absolutely right, sacrifice is a key issue. In fact, we need to realize that the importance of sacrifice in human history may not have just been primitive superstition. In fact, what I've come to realize is that there were always altars in these four quarters, and you sacrificed on the god or goddess that was in charge of that quadrant. You knew sacrifice was necessary. And Bill has been doing some interesting work researching the horse sacrifice, and he and I were talking about this, and I really think that this old image of horses of power and the idea that there are four great horses of power. If you look at a lot of the images that have been handed down in these cultures, of four great horses pulling a chariot. But Bill has been fascinated, and I would like to get you to comment, Bill, about the importance of the horse sacrifice in these culture, in these Indo-European culture. But the point I want to just raise is, if a horse symbolizes one of these archetypal energies, and if you know that there must be sacrifice involved, we got to think about what's going on there. What is the psychological truth in that? The need to sacrifice. So I want to talk about that in a minute. Can you just comment on the horse sacrifice a little bit?
I'm still working on this, but there's a very ancient Asian Indian Vedic horse sacrifice ceremony where it's an elaborate. It lasts for over a year. A particular favorite stallion is selected. There's a ritual of 3 days where it's blessed, and then basically the stallion is turned free, and there are 100 people that then follow that stallion for the year as it wanders the Indian subcontinent, making sure that it isn't violated or it's not touched, just protecting it. And then at the end of that year, the stallion is brought back to wherever the temple or the city. And then there are a number of ways. Usually it was smothered, but that often there would be a symbolic then mating of the queen with that stallion, now, or the king. There's some variations. The famous horse sacrifice in Rome occurred on October the 15th. There was a chariot race, and the horse that was on the right-hand side of the chariot was then sacrificed. And the head was cut off, and then there was two groups that fought over the head, and depending on which group, it was then put up somewhere. There was a very apparently fairly bestial Celtic horse sacrifice. So that this theme ranges all the way from India
to the Celts.
The Celtic traditions, which covered, the Celts were, maybe 500 BC, so you're looking at a range of several thousand years. What really fascinates me is that often, so we were talking yesterday, the goddess that might have been brought into the Indo-European structure, such as Artemis, that Dumézil and Littleton refer to as a trans-functional goddess. The goddess has aspects of royalty, of warrior, and of fertility and cultivator. Typically, that goddess was a hippomorphic goddess. The people at the time gave her the qualities or the image of a horse. Athena had her helmet had a crest of horse.
That's right. Athena did have a horse on her helmet.
And so then you had the mating of the king with this hippomorphic goddess representing, which to me is a very symbolic attempt to represent the integration of the royal, the king mating with the hippomorphic goddess representing all three functions.
Yes.
That's where sort of my thinking in terms of horse sacrifice. The horse has always been, in terms of symbolism, nobility, and closely tied to the royalty. Right. Just view the statues of Europe.
See, so you...
The warrior, the horse was essential.
Right.
And it's long been a major fertility symbol.
Right. So the horse, so you got the horse, which carries a sort of a primordial power. Horses have a sense of enormous, to people, if you round horses much, incredible instinctual power. But then your issue of sacrifice, you see, and the idea that they had a sense of this horse sacrifice, and that they smothered, I didn't even get that part. They smothered the horse. Now that's a third function, death. So you look at that, and it's like this energy must come under regulation. It must be, as Freud would say, there must be sublimation. There must be renunciation of an energy before it can be adequately and healthily integrated. So the image of sacrifice has to do with a certain, what I would call, initiatory move into a maturity which can relinquish that energy from the use of narcissistic uses, and then bring it into the larger world-building task, which is when the transformed energy is brought back into the king or the queen. That's the image of bringing that energy back for the use of the king or queen. Remember, the king or queen is the one who's responsible for building the world, making the whole, having a place for people to thrive. So your image of the importance of sacrifice, this is where we're very weak now. We don't get it that sacrifice is necessary if you're to have a world that's habitable. My friends that work in charitable giving, fundraisers and charitable giving, they say we're coming up on a real serious crisis now soon, because what they're noticing is that the people who are now in their 50s, those folks are still substantially supporting, many of them substantially supporting charitable and other kinds of beyond the self causes. What they're noticing, though, is that as you get down in younger age groups, that's dropping off rapidly. And when you put that together with David Gutman's evidence on what happens to narcissism when mentoring processes begin to fall apart, it means that we're in something of a crisis culturally with regard to teaching people the necessity to sacrifice, that there be a world. And, in my King Within book, we talk about the essential tie between real royal energy and sacrifice. That is, true kingship or queenship is servant leadership. It requires sacrifice. So you're making an important point, and it's very clear that people around the world greed has never been stronger than it is now in terms of its global political impact. Elites are having more and more of the resources, financial, economic, and political resources. Elites are now having far more control over the media. And if it were not for the democratic press of the internet and the World Wide Web, there wouldn't be any alternatives to the the consumerization of journalism. So it's a big issue, and so Jung would, for example, Jung would support what you say. He'd say it's very important to look, say, in these biblical traditions, and ask if there may be some stuff that we need to read between the lines about these different images of what sacrifices are worthy and what sacrifices are not, and so on. I mean, it's quite clear that there's a lot of biblical study. Luckily, we've got people like Wayne Rollins and other people who are doing a lot of significant work with biblical traditions through Jungian psychology now. So there are people that are doing that. But you're right. I mean, it's interesting to think about how these narratives image what different sacrifices are for and what they make possible. Other comments? Yes, Sammy.
Kind of the practical implications in terms of research, again, moving to the organized religious community.
Yes.
Critically looking at mythology, and then the psyche, and then the transformation of the individual in order to kind of shore up the survival of the collective of the society of the world.
Yes.
Because churches they have great power, and often it's used to move people, and it is unconsciously done in some instances, consciously in others.
Right.
So it's taking this, for me, at another level would be to look at the relationship of research and practical application.
Yes. Well, and this relates to what we were saying earlier, that not only in educational systems, but in religious, spiritual direction. See, this has enormous implications for spiritual direction and how you even think about what an adequate spirituality would be, whether it's Buddhist or Christian or Jewish or Islamic, because if you look at this stuff, you would have to say that any adequate spirituality would have to really help people access and regulate these energies and bring them into some sort of healthy, creative stewardship for the larger world. Not for the self, and for the larger world. And, we've done some thinking about that, but boy, that's still, you're right, that the larger implications of that are still largely unresearched. And what I keep trying to do is to deal with those people that have not looked at this material even my structural psychoanalysis very much, and they don't really have a sense of the way this thing works. And for example, I'll have people say, well, this wouldn't apply to this can't be archetypal because it doesn't apply to all human beings. And I say, well, if you can find me a person that doesn't have to deal with their narcissism, doesn't have to deal with their need to integrate their sense of centeredness, doesn't have to deal with the challenges of nurturing, or if you can find me an individual that doesn't have to deal with their aggression, or if you can find me an individual that doesn't have to deal with material use of their knowledge, development use of knowledge, or if you can find me an individual who does not have to regulate their instinctual life, then I'll say it doesn't apply to everybody. But until such time, I have to be shown that it doesn't. And I have to be shown that this particular theoretical model doesn't fit the data we have. And again, let me just say this. Again, in my view, and let me just summarize then before we stop. In my view, our work in trying to build and develop a scientific Jungian psychoanalysis, there are a number of things that we have to do. We have to work with theory that can be tested. And as I said before, as erudite and brilliant as James Hillman is, he does not have a theory, because he does not show you how any of his assertions could be tested. It's really more like a literary set of aphorisms, and that's valuable. I'm not depreciating the value of aphorisms, but if you have a theory, for example, if someone could prove to me that there are no neurophysiological systems that have to do with aggression, then I would admit I'm wrong. If someone would prove to me there are no neurological systems that have to do with affiliation, then I would say that this theory is wrong. But if you have a theory, it can be tested against cultural evidence and against other sciences. And so that's what I think is that we have to do. That's what Jung tried to do. I mean, that is what Jung's project was. He was one of the first to do empirical psychological testing. And I believe we can come up with empirical tests that test these materials. Some people are already working on it. So what we have to do is to, if we're going to continue a Jungian research tradition, is to ask Jungian questions of cultural materials. And when there are enormous amounts of cultural materials that have not been so utilized, then we need to try to get more work done to draw upon those cultural resources. So in short, and we'll close with this, I'm very indebted to those folks that pointed out Dumézil's work and the new comparative mythology to me, and particularly indebted to Scott Littleton and Dean Miller for giving me an introduction. And I am deeply indebted to each of you for being willing to come out and kick these ideas around with me to reflect upon the promise of this new body of evidence for Jungians, I think, relatively new body of evidence for Jungians, in carrying forward our Jungian research project. So again, thank you very much for coming. It's been a pleasure to be with you. I'll stick around a few minutes to chat with you. Thank you.